Chapter 1045, The Five Tones. The source of the divine song is the five tones of music, on the sixth level of the phoenix facing the sun. After mastering this level, one can use powerful divine sense to transform into a phoenix, listen to the profound sounds of the great Tao, and feel the most primal fluctuations in the vast universe. Under the five tones of music, realm, Chen Mobai can hear all discordant fluctuations. In addition to correcting his cultivation and understanding of techniques, he can also easily detect his opponent's weaknesses when fighting. It is also of great use in cultivating the 3,000 great Taos. But precisely because of this, very few people can reach this level. Chen Mobai tried for a while but had no clue, so he decisively skipped it and started to study the 9 virtues first. Although he was really looking forward to this performance of the divine music, he still felt incredibly lucky to have truly glimpsed the profound mystery of the five-tone scale. After all, in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Dan Ding school, only 2 people have mastered the 5 musical notes. Chen Mobai originally intended to use this amazing divine music to see his path to advancing to the divine transformation realm, and the introduction to the 5 elements of music was a completely unexpected surprise. Within the purple mansion sea of consciousness, the phoenix divine bird transformed from the cultivation of the phoenix facing the sun diagram gradually solidified its tail feathers, radiating 5-colored holy light. All the patterns at the level of the 5 tones of music, including the contents of this page in the Phoenix script heavenly book, were instantly comprehended by Chen Mobai and transformed into 8 characters. A bird with 5 colors soars into the sky, riding the wind. Among the phoenixes, there is a bird called the singing bird, a colorful and auspicious bird. When it opens its mouth to exhale to the heavens, all the music of the world will resound in harmony, and all things will present their most beautiful dances in concert, together playing the profound music of the great Tao and interpreting auspiciousness and harmony. After mastering the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, the phoenix in Chen Mobai's sea of consciousness acquired the ability to transform into a singing bird. As Chen Mobai circulated his divine sense, he sensed the blessing of this realm. His experience of cultivating the pure Yang scroll, from the first level of Qi refining to the 9th level of nascent soul, was as if it had been cleansed by a celestial melody, or like a dam being breached by a river, with every weak spot beginning to seep out with tiny streams of water. Under the influence of the 5 tones of music, Chen Mobai realized that his supposedly flawless pure Yang scroll actually had some subtle flaws. These oversights have little impact on breaking through cultivation realms, but they will have an impact when comprehending the great Tao in the future. If one wants to make up for them, it will take several times more time and effort. Chen Mobai noted down all these oversights, planning to gradually improve and remedy them after the divine song was completed. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he recalled the longevity technique he had failed to master before. Within his sea of consciousness, the phoenix's 5-colored feathers shimmered, accompanied by the profound sounds of the great Tao. He had clearly understood which steps had gone wrong and how to resolve them, as well as the various methods to harmonize the longevity Tao body and the Azure Emperor's longevity true Qi, and to integrate them into the longevity technique. Some people use time to gradually adjust, some borrow external resources, some combine both, and some seek out special spiritual places to cultivate themselves at special times. Chen Mobai also wrote all of these down, intending to try them out one by one later to see which one was faster and more suitable for him. Then he tried the Taoist canon of 1 element. Although he had already studied this one Yuan true monarch's cultivation method before and felt that he had gained something from it, even the pure Yang scroll which he had cultivated for a lifetime had some omissions, let alone this one. As expected, with the blessing of the 5 musical notes, he discovered that his previous understanding of this technique was at most 60–70%, and many secrets and mysteries emerged in his mind as the phoenix cried out to the heavens. Gradually, Chen Mobai's understanding of the 1 Yuan Tao scripture deepened, as if he had been practicing it since childhood. Soon, he saw the path to becoming a deity through this technique. It's like the pure Yang scroll. Outside, cultivators like Zio Yupping and others, skilled in profound music and magic, were still playing the divine melody. Qi Yuheng and other immortal cultivators listened with rapt attention, captivated by the heavenly music. They felt a connection with the great Tao corresponding to their own cultivation methods, wanting to immerse themselves in it and see their own path to becoming a deity. But Chen Mobai didn't need it. Because of his mastery of the five tones, each time he uses it, it's as if he's listening to a divine melody, and his performance is even better than that of others. Sitting upright on the Tei 5 smoke luo, Chen Mobai's body shimmered with colorful holy light, and five-colored brilliant light faintly emanated from his middle dantian, gradually merging into one and transforming into a phantom image of a misty pearl. This is the realm of transforming spirit through the One Yuan Tao scripture, the Hunyuan Pearl. Previously, after comprehending the principles, he merely knew them, but now, with the blessing of the five elements of music, he understands how to perfectly cultivate to this level. Now he could even say that his understanding of this technique, except for the void refining realm, was on par with that of the One Yuan true monarch. In addition, his 6 pure yang sets suddenly appeared, combining with Chen Mobai's energy to evolve into a pure yang golden lotus, which lifted him into the air as the 5 qi circulated in his chest. This is the realm of transforming pure yang into a divine being. He was able to comprehend the Taoist scripture of One Yuan, a cultivation method he had barely used to the level of nascent soul, let alone the pure yang scroll, which he had cultivated for nearly 3 jiazi, 60 years. What Chen Mobai even saw were the 3 great paths of fire, light, and pure yang from the pure yang scroll. This is the realm of the 5 tones of the musical scale. With this layer completed, his phoenix rising to the sun painting was truly finished. The contents of the last page of the Phoenix Seal Heavenly Book were also revealed at this moment. The images from the first 6 pages suddenly vanished from Chen Mobai's mind, transforming into boundless colorful light that merged into the final 7th page, forming a complete image. These are 2 main roads: Nirvana and holiness. Previously, Chen Mobai had only comprehended the realm of the way, which represents holy virtue. But at this moment, he saw another path, the Nirvana path. He wanted to gain a deeper understanding of these 2 great paths, but he sensed a warning from the heavens. The sound of the bell rang, waking Chen Mobai from the blessing of the 5 musical notes. After comprehending 2 cultivation techniques, a great art, and a celestial book in succession, Chen Mobai's spiritual consciousness had been largely depleted, and even the phoenix in his sea of consciousness began to appear illusory. Therefore, a warning sign was displayed. It seemed to be a warning to him that if he continued to expend his divine sense to push the 5 tones of music to such a level, it would have serious consequences. Chen Mobai immediately stopped, exited the enhanced state, and began to listen to the divine music outside with a relaxed expression. He slowly opened his eyes, and colorful light seemed to shimmer in his pupils. A phoenix with brilliant plumage, soaring through the air, danced gracefully within his purple mansion sea of consciousness to the strains of the divine melody. Each movement and cry resonated with a harmonious melody that permeated the heavens and earth. In this state, he draws upon the divine music from the outside world, placing himself in a realm close to the 5 tones of musical scale, never letting go of any opportunity to improve himself. He used the empty valley sound most often and gradually broke through the bottleneck, advancing to the 5th level. At the same time, he also retrieved his sealed away innate pure yang energy from the small void. When Chen Mobai opened his eyes, everyone outside could feel the transformation he had undergone compared to before. Although he had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, the pure yang energy that was originally rich and pure in his body had increased twice in an instant, and he had directly broken through from the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. This scene left even the most knowledgeable and experienced members of the immortal sects utterly astonished. In all the years of the immortal sect's history, nothing like this has ever happened. If this pure yang venerable were at the peak of the nascent soul stage today, he would probably already be at the deity transformation stage. The thought flashed through everyone's minds. Meng Huinger stood on the stage. Her dance moves were perfect. Her singing was moving. She had completely immersed herself in the performance of the divine melody, and she would only stop when she was exhausted. But at this moment, all the performers on stage felt that the person who was originally in charge had changed. Meng Huinger involuntarily looked up and saw Chen Mobai, who stood majestically in midair. Not only him, but also Qi Yuheng, Shui Xian, and other cultivators from the immortal sects were the same. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the young man sitting upright on the golden lotus, possessing the 5 elements in his heart, transcending the mortal realm, and ethereal as an immortal. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai's gaze also turned over, meeting Meng Huinger's eyes, and he smiled slightly at her. In that instant, a strong emotion welled up in Meng Huinger's heart. She had never been so proud. Although she was proud of her man's unprecedented achievements, her emotions reached their peak at this moment. A resolute glint flashed in Meng Huinger's eyes. At this moment, she made up her mind to work even harder in the future. Not only for myself, but also to be able to accompany this man and see how great his achievements will be in the end. The notes of the divine song began to resonate even more passionately in the sky, above the 5 peaks immortal mountain. After encouraging Meng Huinger, Chen Mobai glanced at the people around him. At this moment, in addition to the usual admiration, there was also a hint of awe that had not been there before when people looked at him. Chen Mobai's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he warned himself not to be arrogant. Although he had already seen several paths to the nascent soul stage, including the pure yang fire path, even without the saintly true spirit pill and the flower blooming moment, he was still 80–90% confident that he could take that path with the help of the fire path fruit left behind by the 1 yuan true monarch. However, to take that step, one's innate pure yang energy needs to be fully accumulated. Otherwise, an unstable foundation could lead to failure, or even create hidden dangers for future cultivation after reaching the nascent soul stage. Everyone, the divine song is already halfway through. Seize the opportunity to comprehend your own great Tao and do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Chen Mobai noticed that many nascent soul cultivators were looking at him with envy, fearing that they might be distracted and unable to fully utilize the effects of the divine shock melody, so he couldn't help but remind them. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable Chen Yang. After hearing this, everyone nodded politely in response, but their inner emotions were still surging violently and they could not calm down. Although I knew long ago that with this person's talent, he would definitely be able to comprehend the realm of the divine transformation with the help of the divine song, I still found it incredible when I actually saw it. Chen Mobai has been cultivating for exactly 180 years. Everyone present at his age was still honing their skills at the core formation stage, and none of them had reached the nascent soul stage. However, he had already grasped the mystery of the divine transformation. As expected of the immortal sect throughout history, they are number 1 in talent, comprehension, and ability. With Chen Mobai's reminder, and given that everyone present was a high-level cultivator, they were quickly immersed in the divine song. Under the guidance of Xiao Yuping, a nascent soul cultivator, and with the concerted efforts of so many people, and with Chen Mobai secretly providing some guidance, the piece had already achieved about 70–80% of the effect of the 5 musical notes. The nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect suddenly felt their divine senses become more acute, enabling them to perceive subtle and unusual fluctuations in the heavens and earth. Those with exceptional talent seized this opportunity to detect the fluctuations of the great Tao in the void that resonated with their own cultivation method, and saw their own nascent soul and divine transformation realm. Aside from Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian, the first person beside Chen Mobai to realize the truth was Changshuan Shangren. A crimson mirror above his head reflected his own image and the crimson sun in the sky, and he entered a profound and mysterious realm. Among the immortal sects, Master Changshuan and Qi Yuheng were the closest to the nascent soul stage of the divine transformation realm. Having experienced the fleeting moment of blossoming and the opening of war, He had already cultivated a fifth-order Dharma body and true Qi. He was only one step away from taking that step, using his nascent soul to absorb all of his own power, receive the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and transform into a primordial spirit. Even without the divine song, with Master Chengxuan's nearly 1,000 years of accumulation, there is still a 20–30% chance of him reaching the divine transformation stage. This time, under the influence of the divine song, although he couldn't meticulously and thoroughly analyze his cultivation from beginning to end like Chen Mobai, he still easily saw his path to becoming a deity. If it weren't for the prevailing atmosphere in the immortal sects, where people are always extremely cautious about breaking through cultivation realms, a nascent soul cultivator from the heavenly river realm would probably have already taken that step on the spot and started performing. The profound aura of Master Chengxuan naturally aroused envy among many other cultivators who had not yet been immersed in the divine song. Chen Mobai had come to realize that, although the divine song of startling gods was derived from the 5 elements of self-discipline and could help outsiders comprehend the realm of the god transformation, the extent of the gains depended mainly on talent and the cultivation method. If the two are perfectly matched, it is like walking on a grand road. The divine song is like a high-speed train that can carry you and let you see the beautiful scenery along the way. However, if the cultivation technique is not suitable for the cultivator himself, then the divine song is just like a bicycle to him. It is useful, but its effectiveness is limited. At least those around Chen Mobai, Master Yuxiao, Master Yui, and Master Sanju, all had their brows furrowed, clearly indicating the latter situation. Meanwhile, Peach Blossom Master and Pei Qingshuang, mother and daughter, radiated a pinkish-white ethereal aura that blended together, manifesting a scene of abundant harvest with peach trees forming a forest, peach blossoms falling everywhere, and plentiful fruit. Among them, the pink and white petals falling from Pei Qingshuang's head were like strands of frosty sword energy manifesting, which, in a whooshing sound, transformed into a midday cold tide and a sea of sword energy flowers. Wenren Zuwei also sat upright on the cloud, the phantom of the great cedar tree behind her appearing and disappearing, but her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she saw the various mistakes she had made in the past when she was practicing the everlasting spring technique. Finally, there was Yan Qiangji. Her entire body was covered in ice flowers, making her look like an ice sculpture. She was experiencing the eternal cold and desolation, feeling the freezing of all things, yet she was also shivering. Apart from Wangxian Peak, the upper-level cultivators at the pinnacle of the immortal sect on the other 2 mountain peaks also displayed their own auras under the influence of the divine astounding melody. Some were like Master Chengxuan, grand and mysterious. Others were dark and serene, yet unfathomable, but still others were pale and panicked. Clearly, under the influence of the divine song, everyone experienced the illusory realm of taking the first step towards the nascent soul stage. Some succeeded directly. Others, though failing, saw the hope of achieving perfection after cultivating their abilities. Those whose faces were grim had witnessed their own demise during this opportunity presented by the divine song. This indicated that their centuries of perseverance and effort had been a complete failure, and even if they wanted to start over, there simply wasn't enough time. But at least this time, apart from Chen Mobai, Master Chengxuan was able to take that step in the divine song. In this way, the lineage of dance weapons will have another pillar. Besides Chengxuan, Chen Mobai also looked at the other 2 immortal peaks, at the few people he believed had a chance of becoming gods. For example, Yunhai Shangren had disappeared into the void at some point. If Chen Mobai hadn't mastered the Danfeng Keiyang 2 and possessed the even more powerful Tongshan Jiying dialing realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect that he had already merged into the great formation of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. His lifelong dream of transforming worlds with arrays, with the help of the divine song, has taken its most crucial step. Besides him, the Northern Darkness Venerable was holding a vortex half a meter in diameter in his hands, his brows furrowed, as if he had encountered some problem. Chen Mobai then looked at the Patching Heaven lineage. Master Yuangsu's demeanor was the most unassuming, but Chen Mobai could detect that his divine sense was operating intensely, undergoing thousands of changes in the blink of an eye, with veins on his forehead pulsating slightly. Master Kingping was similar to Chen Mobai, possessing the five elements in his heart, and a beam of jade purity immortal light shone from the top of his head, faintly revealing the rudimentary form of the Tao Law fruit. Among the lineage of mending the heavens, these two possessed the most magnificent aura. Chen Mobai looked at Ying Guanghua with some curiosity. In his opinion, this former master of the immortal sect was also a person of exceptional talent and comprehension. He was the most likely person to become a nascent soul cultivator, apart from Chengshuan Shangren and Yunhai Shangren. But at this moment, Ying Guanghua remained calm, standing on the hilltop as if observing the commotion before him with indifference. Is it possible that, even with the help of the divine song, one cannot comprehend the realm of the divine transformation? As Chen Mobai was puzzled, he saw the pale-faced plum blossom master next to Ying Guanghua. Blood was flowing from his 7 orifices, and he had fainted. For someone like Master Plum Blossom, who is accustomed to divination, it is possible that he took advantage of this opportunity of the divine song to glimpse the mysteries that he could not calculate when his level of understanding was insufficient, and was thus retaliated against by the will of heaven. Chen Mobai frowned slightly, somewhat worried. After all, Kaingsing had already handed over the immortal sect to him, so he now felt that the Patching Heaven lineage was under his command. They were deeply afraid that Master Plum Blossom would become the first cultivator to die suddenly after listening to the divine music. Just as he was contemplating whether or not to make a move, Ying Guanghua noticed his gaze, turned around, and their eyes met. In that instant, the innate pure yang energy within Chen Mobai's body suddenly became more active than ever before. Huh? Chen Mobai was startled, then looked at Ying Guanghua with some suspicion. However, when he broke through to the 5th level of the empty valley sound, he only heard an empty void. Like a black hole in the Milky Way, it has nothing in it, yet it devours everything. You were possessed by the demonic music. Chen Mobai frowned and transmitted his voice to Ying Guanghua in disbelief. The active fluctuations of innate pure, yang energy only occur when one is close to a demonic cultivator. However, because the great millstone of annihilation did not light up, Chen Mobai did not expect that Ying Guanghua had been replaced, but instead imagined a possibility. After all, some cultivators, due to their extreme personalities, may suffer from chi deviation when they fail to break through to a higher realm. For example, the plum blossom monk on the side is a typical example. As expected of a pure Yang Dao seed. Lin Dayaming nodded slightly after hearing Chen Mobai's telepathic message, then picked up a silver safe and opened it. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura that made Chen Mobai turn white erupted, and a huge dark yellow claw surged out, striking down towards Yuan Su, Qing Ping, Gong Ajixu, and Nanggong Xuanyu, who were sitting and comprehending the nascent soul realm beside Ying Guanghua. Chen Mobai, who was in the state of empty valley sound, instantly realized that it was a being at the nascent soul stage who was making a move. Although he didn't know why Ying Guanghua had become possessed by a demon. Moreover, he suddenly possessed the power of a nascent soul cultivator, but all the high-level cultivators of the immortal sects present were in the most critical stage of comprehension, and he was the only one who could take action. At this moment, Chen Mobai had only one thought in his mind: to take action. We must stop Ying Guanghua. Stop! With a sharp shout, Chen Mobai unleashed the newly refined Yuan Yang sword, which, under the control of the second nascent soul, burst forth with golden light and struck Ying Guanghua's head in the blink of an eye. Although his sword fiend thunder sound realm was already the fastest in the world, he was a moment slower in front of a true nascent soul cultivator. The instant the Yuan Yang sword was unleashed, the dark yellow claws inside the silver safe landed on the heads of Yuan Su and the other 3. Just as the nascent soul cultivators of the heaven-mending lineage were about to be wiped out, a star suddenly lit up on Juxian Peak. Suddenly, Kaingsing appeared in front of Ying Guanghua and pointed a finger out expressionlessly. A vast and mighty force that made the entire Earth star tremble erupted, but it was precisely condensed around Ying Guanghua. With a piercing sound of bones shattering, the dark yellow claws that surged from the silver safe and Ying Guanghua's body split apart simultaneously, splattering with dark yellow blood, revealing Lin Dayaming in pieces. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Ancestor. He instantly teleported to Kaingsing's side and bowed respectfully. Your transformation into a nascent soul cultivator was quite unexpected, but your coming here to die is even more unexpected. Kaingsing did not respond to Chen Mobai, but instead stared intently at Lin Dayaming, whose body had been shattered by her finger on the ground, and asked. When a being at the nascent soul stage made a move, it instantly stirred up the immense power of heaven and earth, awakening all the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects who were in the process of comprehension. After they opened their eyes, still in shock and anger at who had ruined their chance, they saw an unbelievable scene before them. The first to react were Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian. They transformed into two beams of light, forming a triangle with Kaingsing, surrounding the shattered Lin Dayaming in the center, their gazes filled with astonishment and doubt. The three of them are now together. Please make your move, senior. On the ground, Lin Dayaming, whose head was split into three pieces, looked at the three nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect who had surrounded him. His eyes flashed with an eerie light, and his mouth opened and closed as he uttered these words. Are there other nascent soul cultivators? Who is from the Ascension sect? Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, the silver safe that had fallen next to the rubble was suddenly opened completely. Suddenly, the star's expression changed. When he made his move earlier, he also noticed the strange phenomenon of the safe, even though he had already suppressed it with his heaven-mending immortal light. But now there is a terrifying power that surpasses the nascent soul realm, forcibly breaking free from the restraints of his heaven-mending immortal light. Could the one capable of doing this be mastering emptiness? After realizing this, Kaingsing finally understood why, no matter how he calculated, all he saw was his own death. But when did such a being come into existence in the Tianyang galaxy? Were they together with the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect, coming from the Purple Cloud galaxy? Or was it attracted by demonic thoughts? As expected of someone who knows how to predict the future, he quickly grasped the key point. At that moment, a piece of black cloth floated out of the silver safe, like a cloak, and wrapped a void into a human shape. It had no face, no hands, and no feet, but everyone knew that there was a powerful being inside the cloak. I never expected that there really is a planet here that hasn't been corrupted by demonic thoughts. A strange fluctuation rang out, yet everyone clearly understood the meaning it contained. At this moment, the world-destroying millstone in Chen Mobai's sea of consciousness finally reacted. As the 3,000 faces slowly rotated, one of them lit up, pointing towards the black cloak. Enmatenshi. One of the 3,000 demonic paths. Once mastered, it can control gods and ghosts, wield life and death, and transform the world into hell. Who are you? Kaingsing's expression was solemn. Although he couldn't tell what realm the being in front of him was, he knew that he was the leader of the immortal sect, and he could not back down even if he was facing a cultivator who had just reached the void refinement stage. I've long forgotten my former name. My followers call me Death. The being beneath the cloak emitted another wave of energy, uttering a name that caused the expressions of everyone in the immortal sect to change drastically. On Pluto, the inhabitants are the underworld race. The netherworld race is said to have been created by the god of death. The one standing before me is actually a deity from Pluto. A well-written rebirth novel. End of this chapter. Chapter 1046, The Great Tribulation of the Immortal Sect. Chapter 1046, The Great Tribulation of the Immortal Sect. Chen Mobai felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that the next war to open up the immortal sect would attract the powerful being of death before it even began. The last great battle between the immortal sect and Pluto was ended by ancestor Yuan Yang, the former #1 genius of the immortal sect. 3,000 years later, even though he has cultivated at the fastest speed, even with the peak power of the primordial Yang ancestor, he would probably be powerless against this being who seems to be at the void refinement stage. Even so, Chen Mobai had no intention of backing down. Those present were already the strongest pillars of the immortal sect. If they still couldn't stop this god of death, then the entire Earth star would turn into hell. Even if Chen Mobai could escape back to the heavenly river realm, at this moment, he wanted to fight alongside Kaixing and the others to protect the immortal sect. "May I ask what brings you to my sect?" At this moment Kaixing spoke up. Although his voice was calm, Chen Mobai, a fifth-level expert, could vaguely sense the turbulent emotions surging within him. "After receiving the demon lord's inheritance, I made great progress and easily mastered the great Tao of death. However, if I want to go further, I need to integrate the great Tao of life, which requires a large amount of life as the material for my cultivation." Death spoke directly about his plans. He slowly raised his unseen head, as if carefully examining the group of immortal cultivators before him, and then nodded in satisfaction. "You guys are good, and this planet is good too. Killing all the billions of living beings here and collecting the life force and death should be enough for me to break through a barrier." A strange fluctuation arose from within the cloak, causing everyone from the immortal sect to change color. "Although you are a powerful senior, now that you have come to my immortal sect, please know whose territory this is." After hearing this, Kaixing knew that there was no possibility of negotiation with the Grim Reaper. As he spoke, he gave Qi Yuheng and Shuixian a wink. Just as he was about to unleash the heavenly curtain and earthly network, the Grim Reaper made the first move. A hand barely visible beneath the cloak clenched in midair, and a wisp of darkness condensed into a crescent scythe, gently slashing down at Kaixing. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaixing unleashed his most powerful defensive spell. Then, his figure flashed with silver light as he led all the nascent soul cultivators from the Juxian peak to leave. But to his surprise, the scythe that was in Death's hand vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it had fallen behind Kaixing's head. A thin line of blood appeared on Kaixing's neck. His eyes widened as his head fell to the ground. Practice emptiness. He is definitely at the void refining realm. Upon witnessing this scene, the same thought crossed the minds of everyone in the immortal sect, and many of them turned ashen-faced. This is an unparalleled realm that no one in the immortal sects, no matter how hard they try or how much wisdom they have exhausted, has been able to break through. Now that Kaixing is dead, how can they possibly stop this Grim Reaper? At this moment, Chen Mobai's arm was also trembling, because he was right next to Kaixing, and the scythe had just grazed past him. If you're unlucky and your position isn't good, you might have already perished with the stars. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about whether to stay alive and try again in the heavenly river realm, the Grim Reaper opposite him suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Then the cloak billowed, and a dark aura of death emanated from it, landing on Kaixing's corpse. An astonishing scene unfolded. After the dark, deathly aura descended, Kaixing's corpse suddenly vanished like a wisp of smoke. The illusory Great Tao. Within the cloak, a strange fluctuation arose once more, and Chen Mobai recalled the three paths that Kaixing had mentioned. The illusory path is precisely the direction that Kaixing has been striving for. I never expected it to be so useful. Senior, this is the new pure Yang Dao seed of the immortal sect. He is the direct descendant of Zixel Palace and has the greatest talent in history. We can kill him first to prevent him from becoming a great threat to us when he grows up. At this moment, Lin Dayaming's shattered mouth suddenly opened, and the scattered fingers on the ground flew up, pointing at Chen Mobai. "You bastard, if I ever get the chance, I'll grind you to dust." Chen Mobai cursed Lin Dayaming in his heart, but his figure flashed with silver light, and he left the spot in an instant. He didn't teleport to Wangxian Peak, since the Wookiee lineage was all there, and he couldn't let the trouble spread eastward. Chen Mobai appeared in midair above the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, with a huge Dharma body shining behind him. In addition to the Yuan Yang sword he had just obtained, the purple lightning sword, which he had already refined, also emerged from the void. Two earth-shattering fifth-order sword intense, under the control of the myriad sword's Dharma body, transformed into a purple-gold sword radiance, like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. It was at this moment that the members of the immortal sect realized just how terrifying Chen Mobai's combat power was. These two fifth-order sword intents alone would probably be enough to stop even someone like Master Chengxuan, who possesses a fifth-order magic weapon and body tempering skills. With a deafening roar, the purple lightning sword, oblivious to its own limitations and eager to demonstrate its power after its breakthrough, slashed towards death itself. At that moment, everyone in the entire Wangwu cave heaven heard a deafening thunderclap. Looking up, they saw a purple bolt of lightning, seemingly descending from beyond the universe, carrying a terrifying power capable of annihilating all living beings, tearing through the sky and descending upon the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. The power of Chen Mobai's sword strike made Shui Xian raise her eyebrows slightly, feeling the hairs on her skin stand on end. This means that this sword strike can break through her defenses. However, this powerful sword strike landed on the cloak, only to be gently blocked by the scythe. The lightning power on the blade then dissipated, and the purple lightning sword flew back with a mournful cry. If it weren't for the sturdy materials of the purple lightning sword, and the fact that the Grim Reaper's artifact was merely formed from its own power rather than its physical form, this flying sword, which had been with Chen Mobai the longest and had achieved numerous battle feats, would likely have suffered a severe blow. Even so, Chen Mobai felt that his mental connection with the purple lightning sword was suddenly severed at this moment. The opponent easily broke through his strongest sword with just a casual move. As his expression changed drastically, Chen Mobai suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. His cloak billowed on Juxian Peak, and a dark aura of death emanated from it. The black scythe, just as it had slain the illusory star earlier, landed lightly in front of his neck. Chen Mobai did not feel the terror of this strike, but the scythe had already cut through all his defenses. His fourth-grade high-quality pure yang robe cracked with a sound, and all 9 layers of light were shattered. He activated the void lock in succession, attempting to travel through the void, hoping to buy himself time and escape using these 2 void spells. But as soon as the void lock was activated, he felt his divine sense violently shake, and he couldn't even lock it for a moment. He unleashed the 8 views lantern of Tushita, pushing the power of this magical artifact to its limit. But the Tushita demon refining array, which he was so proud of, was also easily cut open by the scythe. Any 5th-tier technique is like air in the face of the scythe. At the critical moment of life and death, Chen Mobai did not despair. He entered his Kamas state, and the myriad swords avatar behind him, wielding the Yuan Yang sword, unleashed an unprecedentedly dazzling brilliance, blocking in front of him. At the same time, a fire path fruit appeared above his head, and he prepared to disregard everything and forcefully take the step of nascent soul. The Yuan Yang sword burst forth with brilliant golden light, outlining characters that emerged from its blade. Faintly, a civilization that had been sedimented in the long river of time was evolved from it, transforming into a vast and desolate picture of humanity. This sword strike finally caused the Grim Reaper's scythe, which could cut through anything, to pause. The sword of holy virtue. Death glanced at the Yuan Yang sword blocking Chen Mobai's path, and for the second time, his emotions wavered. But then he pointed, and the Yuan Yang sword cried out in anguish as it was blasted away by the dark death energy and plunged into Zhai Xian Peak not far away. The fire path fruit above Chen Mobai's head had not yet entered his purple mansion sea of consciousness. The Grim Reaper's scythe was already at his neck. Splash! At the critical moment of life and death, Narcissus's attack finally landed on Death's head. Holding the seashell condensed by the Spirit Lord, a vast sea suddenly appeared above the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. A huge shadowy beast opened its blood-red maw and swallowed Death, along with the entire gathering immortal peak in one gulp. Qi Yuheng's figure also appeared in front of Chen Mobai. With a solemn expression, he struck out with his palm, the powerful force landing skillfully on the side of the death scythe, trying to deflect it. But when his hand landed on the sickle, his face suddenly turned pale, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the top of Wangxian Peak and breaking it off. However, his attack was still effective, at least giving Chen Mobai a chance to teleport. But Chen Mobai, who had just left his original spot by walking through the void, saw the Grim Reaper's scythe fall in front of him as soon as the silver light dissipated. By this time, he had already exhausted all his means. On Juxian Peak, pitch-black death energy soared into the sky, easily slicing through the Narcissus's true form like a sharp blade, and even splitting the sea that had submerged the sky in two. Narcissus and the kings of the sea were also bleeding from their 7 orifices and unable to maintain their human form. The many nascent soul cultivators present also displayed their supernatural abilities, with various magical lights intertwining in the sky above Juxian Peak, like a dazzling galaxy, completely surrounding the cloak of death. However, the power of the Grim Reaper exceeded the expectations of the immortal sects. A dark aura of death surged forth from beneath the cloak, like a dark hell descending upon the land. All attacks that fell into it, even fireworks, were completely swallowed up and vanished, unable to bloom. Death remained standing in the same spot, not having moved an inch since he appeared. Chen Mobai's gaze shifted, and he saw Qi Yuheng struggling to get up not far away, trying to save him again. He smiled bitterly, preparing to face his own death. But when his nascent soul left his body, and he was about to forcibly detonate the fire Dao fruit and burn it, he discovered a problem. Why was there no warning this time regarding the phoenix facing the sun, paintings Tengxianji, a symbol of heavenly blessings? Just when he thought this technique would have no effect on someone at the void refining realm, a golden bead suddenly flew out from his body and blocked the scythe. The invincible scythe of death, which could cut down anything, was finally unable to advance after being blocked by this golden bead. 6th Order Heavenly Abacus. The star-piercing ancestor had foreseen this long ago. The immortal sects still have a backup plan. Just as Chen Mobai was overjoyed, what happened next filled him with despair. With a snapping sound, the 6th-tier heavenly abacus that was blocking his way was suddenly sliced into by the Grim Reaper's scythe, and shattered into hundreds of pieces with a blinding flash of light. Although the main function of this 6th-order magic weapon is calculation and array arrangement, isn't it a bit too fragile? At this moment, this thought came to Chen Mobai's mind. But he soon discovered another suspicious point. He discovered that the 6th-order abacus beads had broken into exactly 108 pieces. It corresponds exactly to the numbers of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends. The sky and earth are connected. A voice that filled Chen Mobai with immense joy rang out in the void, and the 108 shattered 6th-order heavenly abacus beads lit up with a golden and silver light. Like a ball of two-colored light weaving together, it flowed and burst forth, completely surrounding the Grim Reaper standing on Juxian Peak. The figure of Kaingsing had reappeared at some point. He stood opposite death, enveloped by the intertwined golden and silver rays of light. The Zhou Tianhe Luo star formation. Death looked at the 108 fragments of the 6th-order heavenly abacus, which shone like stars and landed around the gathering immortal peak. They began to shrink around him, and Death remembered a very famous formation in the purple cloud galaxy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It hasn't reached the full cycle of the heavens yet, but it's more than enough to trap your avatar." Kaingsing spoke calmly. The ultimate prototype of this heavenly curtain and earthly network array is a 7th-order array in the purple cloud star river, which is also the end point of the star path. After 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, his most profound accumulation lies not only in the illusory Tao, but also in the star Tao. After he took charge of the celestial canopy and earthly network array of the immortal sect, it unleashed a level of power unprecedented in thousands of years. In addition to the power of the formation itself, The great Tao cultivated by Kaingsing for thousands of years was also incorporated. In terms of formations, your talent surpasses mine. However, without reaching the void refinement stage, even if you can master sixth order power, it will only be like a castle in the air. As Death spoke, he conjured another scythe in his hand and slashed it down at the star-pulling figure before him. As expected, Kaingsing was killed once again. But then, another undamaged star emerged from the void and stood before Death. Death remained expressionless and raised his scythe once more. One after another, the stars were slain, and in the blink of an eye, the number had exceeded 100. But Chen Mobai discovered that the appearance of Kaingsing was becoming slower and slower, and even when he reappeared as a phantom, his figure began to become slightly transparent. After all, you are only at the nascent soul stage and cannot truly master the transformation from the fake to the real. Every time I kill you, your original spirit will weaken a little. Soon you will find that you will be so weak that you will not even be able to control the great formation. As Death spoke, his scythe swung again, slaying Kaingsing 10 more times. I will seal you away with my life. When Kaingsing reappeared, he spoke with a firm expression, and at that moment the entire Earth star began to tremble slightly. The vast power accumulated by the immortal sect over thousands of years is continuously flowing into this place through the sixth order heavenly calculation bead. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array has begun to shrink continuously, centered on Kaingsing and the god of death. When the 108 fragments are reassembled into the heavenly calculation bead, the seal will be formed. But if that were the case, Starseeker would be trapped inside along with Death. Ancestor, he's already inside the formation. You can come out now. Chen Mobai's mastery of formations was second only to Kaingsing, and he quickly realized this, so he couldn't help but shout. Chunyang, remember what I said. The immortal sect is now in your hands. But Kaingsing shook her head, and then emphasized this sentence to Chen Mobai through telepathy. As a cultivator at the void refining stage, even if the death god is only sending an avatar this time, it is still not something that a cultivator at the divine transformation stage can stop. As the being closest to the void refinement realm, Kaingsing understands best the terrifying nature of this realm. Without his contribution, the heavenly curtain and earthly network array would not have been able to trap the Grim Reaper. A foolish sacrifice. At that moment, Death shook his head. Then, his motionless body began to float towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming aura of death spread out from his cloak, transforming into countless black hands that landed on the shrinking fragments of the heavenly calculation bead. Death actually used its power to forcefully prevent the heavenly canopy and earthly network array from closing. At this moment, the entire Earth star was trembling. The power of a planet was thus shaken and blocked. I'll show you what true power is. As Death spoke, a pitch-black hand extending from his cloak began to forcefully push the heavenly canopy and earthly network array outward by an inch. Sizzle! Everyone saw streaks of golden and silver lightning intertwined, a sign that the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, under the control of Kaingsing, was trying to forcibly close up. But the power of Death was simply too great. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array continued its unstoppable expansion outwards from the center of Juxian Peak, inch by inch. If I can get you to take a step, then I can say that I died a worthwhile death today. Faced with this scene, Kaingsing said something like this. Although Death remained silent, it conveyed a sense of doubt. He sensed that Kaingsing was now completely unmoved by any emotional fluctuations. Why is that? Do you have any other cards up your sleeve? Or have they already given up hope? This is the first time that Death has shown doubt on this planet. Only a cultivator at the void realm can stop it. When I foresaw this tribulation today, I already realized that the only enemy that could render even the most brilliant genius in the history of the immortal sect powerless was a cultivator at the void realm. From then on, I began to prepare for the calamity by taking Liangsu as my hypothetical enemy. There are 3 methods in total. The heavenly curtain and earthly network array is the first, and my step into the void refinement realm is the second. After finishing his calm speech, Kaingsing turned and glanced at the immortal sect one last time. Outside the Great Formation, Chen Mobai and the others had already gathered around. He waved, seemingly saying goodbye. "Teacher." Yuan Su let out a heart-wrenching scream. This was the first time Chen Mobai had ever seen him so out of control. "Everything that is born must die. Only after I left, under the protection of me and my junior sister, were you able to truly grow up." After leaving these words, Kaingsing's body radiated brilliant starlight. The fragments of the heavenly calculation beads around Juxian Peak, amidst violent tremors, suddenly erupted with the power of the great Tao that even death could not handle, surging towards Kaingsing's body. This marks a step forward for Kaingsing in his practice of emptiness. Under these circumstances, the infinite and omnipresent cosmic celestial paths began to descend upon him. To cultivate emptiness, one must step onto the great Tao. And once this step is taken, it is irreversible. In other words, if the Grim Reaper wanted to open the heavenly canopy and earthly network array at this moment, it would be equivalent to reversing the rules that have existed since the beginning of time. Clearly, someone who has only mastered the void realm cannot achieve this level. Accompanied by dazzling starlight, piercing in from all directions, the heavenly canopy and earthly network array began to shrink irreversibly. "Not bad, Junior, but you've misunderstood something. While I can't stop you from cultivating your void realm, the power of this great formation is only unstoppable because of this special moment. Once you reach the void realm, whether you succeed or fail, the power of this great formation will return to its proper level, and I will still be able to break it easily. You cannot trap me." Death descended upon Kaingsing, who was practicing the void realm using the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, and conveyed these words through eerie fluctuations. "If I were to practice the void realm, you would already be nothing more than a tattered rag." But Kaingsing said something like this. "Ha ha ha, very good, very good. I never expected to find such interesting creatures on the edge of the universe. In that case, I'll retreat for now and wipe out everyone on this planet after you're dead." For the first time, Death showed a violent emotional fluctuation. He seemed to be laughing, and then, to the astonishment of Chen Mobai and the others, he went up to the silver safe. "You've forgotten this one thing. This void allows free entry and exit from your great formation." Just as Death's black cloak billowed and he slipped into the safe to leave, he was thrown back by the impact, his entire body radiating a dark aura of death, as if he had been injured. "The reason I disappeared for a while was to patch this hole," Kaingsing said to the Grim Reaper who had been ejected. At this point, his body was becoming increasingly transparent, but what was inside him were no longer human organs, but galaxies, streaks of starlight and rivers of stars. The moment he stepped onto the starry sky path, he was also pierced by this path and began to receive its power. 99% of nascent soul cultivators will be assimilated by the great Tao at this moment and lose their own consciousness. The fact that Kaingsing was able to persevere for so long despite his injuries speaks volumes about his solid foundation. "In that case, I'll wait until you've reached the void realm before leaving this formation. I really hope you succeed. That way, I'll feel even more accomplished after killing you." Death, seeing that the method he used to enter wouldn't allow him to leave, didn't lose his composure and remained utterly confident. He even floated in front of Kaingsing, seemingly waiting for the latter to practice his void refinement. At this moment, the fragments of the heavenly calculation bead, together with the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, completely reformed into a single golden bead after a final burst of dazzling light. The once tense and terrifying Juxian Peak suddenly became calm and peaceful. All eyes were fixed on the golden bead. As the golden pearl fell from the sky onto the mountaintop, making a crisp tinkling sound, Chen Mobai's heart tightened. Not only him, but the other cultivators from the immortal sects present also felt the same way. The power of death has far exceeded their imagination. If even Kaingsing cannot seal him, then everyone present will certainly not escape either. Just as Chen Mobai was considering whether to take this opportunity to use the tortoise treasure to take everyone present away, the golden pearl suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Click! With a loud crack, everyone's expression turned grim. The golden bead shattered once more, turning into pieces upon pieces. What surged through the gaps was not the brilliant starlight of the Star Chaser, but the pitch-black death aura of the Grim Reaper. I told you, you can't trap me. As the golden bead was opened again, Death's perfectly intact cloak appeared before Chen Mobai and the others through the gap, while Kaingsing, sitting opposite him, had already sat down with a regretful expression. Strands of dazzling starlight emanated from Kaingsing's body. His already transparent body then transformed into grains of light, scattering onto the ground of Juxian Peak. Did you have any last words before you died? Death raised his scythe and brought it down on the head of the star. Although Kaingsing would disappear after a short while, the god of death wanted to kill him with his own hands to refine his own Tao of death. I think I've already mentioned that I prepared 3 methods for your arrival. Kaingsing, who had fallen to the ground, smiled and said this. Oh, then hurry up and use it, otherwise there won't be any time left. Death spoke with interest, seemingly wanting to see what Kaingsing's struggle was like before he died. Chunyang, your junior sister must have left something for you. At this moment, Kaingsing turned to Chen Mobai, who was outside the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, and asked him this question. Chen Mobai looked surprised. Is it an innate fire elemental elixir that has already been refined into a pure yang pearl? Or is it that finger-pointing sword? Of all the things left behind by the white light, Chen Mobai only remembered these 2. But neither of them could possibly be effective at the level of refining emptiness. It's a stone. Kaingsing spoke up to remind him. Chen Mobai immediately thought of something and took out the white stone that was the token of his love with Shiwanyu. Junior sister, lend me the protective sword you left him today to help me weather this great calamity for the immortal sect. Kaingsing nodded gently at the white stone in Chen Mobai's hand, as if making a request. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure emerged from the white stone. She wore a purple dress and long gown. Her face was covered with a light veil, and her eyebrows were sharp as swords. It was white light. End of this chapter. Chapter 1047 Sixth Order Star-Piercing Sword. Chapter 1047 Sixth Order Star-Piercing Sword. Chen Mobai truly hadn't expected that Bai Guang would have left him with such a trick before leaving. In an instant, all the scenes of that white stone flashed through my mind. It was at this time that Chen Mobai learned that Bai Guang had been living with him for some time after emerging from seclusion, through Shiwanyu. At that moment, his feelings were very complicated. Senior brother, you're too kind. It's only right that I help out during this great calamity for the immortal sects. After the white light appeared, it spoke to Kaingsing, then turned its head and gave Chen Mobai a deep look. This glance made Chen Mobai suddenly tremble, as if he remembered something unpleasant. Thank you, junior sister. Before I die, I'm leaving you a gift. Kaingsing nodded, and at that moment the Grim Reaper opposite him raised his scythe and slashed at him again. Bite! But when the Grim Reaper's scythe slashed into the body of the star-transforming Taoist, it suddenly made a crisp sound. A burst of starlight accompanied the scattering of stardust, illuminating the spot where its original body had been, and gradually transforming into the shape of a sword. Star-piercing sword. Being able to block the Grim Reaper's scythe clearly indicates that it has surpassed the 5th tier. So, the teacher used the Queen Mother's body and the resources of Dragon God Star to forge this sword. Yuan Su, standing to the side, saw the radiant star-piercing sword and couldn't help but look enlightened. I never expected that you would fail to cultivate to the void, but instead use the great Tao of stars to forge everything about yourself into a sword. Your ingenious idea is truly remarkable. Even the Grim Reaper standing before the star-piercing sword was filled with astonishment. A 6th order magic weapon is already the highest grade of acquired crafting, and it requires the power of the great Tao to be present. During the process of refining the void, Kaingsing realized that he could not succeed, so he poured all his energy into the realm, and with the sixth-order materials he had already extracted from the corpse of the Queen Mother, he forged this sixth-order sword. The sword has a deep starry blue color, and its blade is adorned with dazzling stars, each of which seems to contain infinite power, flowing and shimmering with a brilliant light. Beneath the Grim Reaper's cloak, a dark aura of death erupted, transforming into a hand that was about to grasp the star-piercing sword and take it away. But the dazzling starlight dispelled its deathly aura. At the same time, Bai Guang's figure had already landed inside. Her gaze was icy as she stood before the star-piercing sword, looking at the extraterrestrial demon before her. Practicing emptiness, Death stared at the white light before him and once again emitted a wave of doubt. The sword-intent emanation of the white light gave him a very strange feeling. It had already surpassed the realm of nascent soul, but if you were to say it was void refinement, it felt like it was missing something. Faced with his opponent's doubts, Bai Guang remained silent and reached for the sword in front of him. Even death, a being who had reached the void refining stage, resisted the star-pulsating sword, yet it was obediently held in the palm of the white light. As the sword spun, the entire Earth star trembled, and a vast power erupted from the star-pulling sword, yet it was easily controlled by the white light. The shadows spread, and the Grim Reaper's scythe had already fallen on the neck of the white light. The starlight twinkled, and the sword blade stood upright. The terrifying scythe, which even the members of the immortal sect could not stop, was easily blocked by Bai Guang with the star-pulling sword. The moment the swords clashed, a terrifying power that made even nascent soul cultivators change color spread out. This is the power of the Great Tao. If the battlefield where the two fought hadn't been within the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, the entire earthly star would probably have disintegrated or even turned into cosmic dust in an instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the incomparably sharp scythe was overshadowed by the dazzling starlight of the star-piercing sword, and even shattered into countless black fragments, exploding apart. This is, for the first time, surprise was revealed in Death's voice. His cloak billowed, and another scythe materialized, spinning and slashing towards the star-pulling sword that was slashing at him. The two clashed in the sky above Juxian Peak, sparking brilliant fire. Dark cracks spread out in the void, but this time the specially reinforced scythe was not destroyed. Upon seeing this, a second scythe flew out from beneath the Grim Reaper's cloak, tracing a graceful arc in the air before slashing at the white light. Faced with the attack, a star on the star-piercing sword lit up, transforming into a streak of starfire sword energy that directly intercepted the approaching death scythe. With a deafening roar, the summit of Juxian Peak was shattered into countless fragments of rock. Amidst the buzzing sounds, the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, which had been stretched open by the Grim Reaper, has regrouped, attempting to reassemble into the golden bead. Faced with the pressure of the sixth-order grand formation, the Grim Reaper's aura began to decline, clearly diverting some of its power to prevent the fragments of the heavenly calculation bead from coming together. Bai Guang held the sixth-tier star-piercing sword in her hand, her eyes having turned grayish at some point. She made a sword incantation and unleashed a sword control technique that Chen Mobai had never seen before. At this moment, her temperament underwent a dramatic change, exuding a terrifying aura that could destroy the world and annihilate all living beings. The great path of destruction. As Death watched this scene, the doubt in his eyes gradually turned into seriousness. It was at this moment that he realized that the person in front of him was definitely at the refinement stage, but had probably only recently advanced, so this avatar had not yet fully advanced along with the main body. Even so, he has already undergone a period of infusion of the Great Tao, making him an existence that cannot be underestimated. The immortal sect is not a place where you can run wild. Bai Guang's voice was clear and firm, and the starlight on the star-piercing sword in her hand shone even brighter as she activated the sword control technique. The 108 fragments of the heavenly calculation beads around the area resembled tiny stars, shining with brilliant golden and silver light around Juxian Peak. Centered on the star-pulling sword, they transformed into a sword formation that Chen Mobai was very familiar with. The Tao is extinguished. The sword technique that Zhang Daosun used to practice his skills was, thousands of years later, fully perfected in the hands of Kaixing and Baiguang. Within this sword strike lies the universe, the galaxy, and the birth and death of all things. Zhang Daosun used his unparalleled swordsmanship to create arrays, domains, and countless swords with a single sword strike. The sixth order sword Kaixing is itself an array, a domain, and even more so, a celestial canopy and terrestrial network. Ultimately, all the power converged on the blade of the star-piercing sword, condensing into a single, brilliant beam of light that, under the control of the white light sword technique, pierced towards the cloak of death. Then let me see if your will can stop me. The voice of death carried an indescribable emotion. His entire body suddenly disintegrated, transforming back into that piece of black cloth, and then abruptly turned into complete darkness. This is a darkness that no light can penetrate, yet everyone who sees this pitch blackness feels an instinctive fear, as if the most terrifying and darkest existence in the world exists within it. Avicii Hill. As the eerie waves of death rippled outwards, a mysterious power that caused even the star-piercing sword to dim began to spread within the Tao extinction sword. Bai Guang's expression remained unchanged. She gripped the star-pulling sword and drew upon her own Tao. Her gray eyes gradually turned into a blacker darkness than the deepest hell. Under her control, the light of Tao extinction at the tip of the star-pulling sword began to recede, and an even more terrifying power of the great Tao condensed on the blade, merging into one under the sword Tao realm where the white light had reached its peak. The sword of annihilation was no longer brilliant. Instead, it was covered with a layer of black, turning gray and gloomy. But what is even more frightening is that it is not. The entire Juxian peak was completely reduced to dust, and even the space itself was torn apart into nothingness by this sword strike. Wherever the star-piercing sword passes, everything, both tangible and intangible, dissolves. Outside, Chen Mobai and the other cultivators from the immortal sects held their breath, their eyes fixed on Bai Guang. This sword strike represents the pinnacle of the immortal sects. If we cannot slay or repel the Grim Reaper, the entire Earth Star will likely face doom and be forever plunged into despair. The hellish abyss formed by the Grim Reaper's cloak was also slashed into by the sword light, and began to twist and deform continuously. It seems that even the deepest hell in the universe cannot contain this sword. But at this moment, a powerful force of life erupted from the Avicii hell, merging with the original power of death. Although the level of power did not advance, it underwent a subtle change. The star-pulling sword's advance began to slow, but the starlight on its blade grew brighter and brighter. Each star seemed to come alive, moving across the blade and forming a magnificent star map. Around Bai Guang's body, it seemed as if a star field had formed, with countless stars revolving around her. "Senior brother, please." Bai Guang let out a low shout and released the star-pulling sword in his hand. Instantly, the sixth-tier sword transformed into a shooting star, as if it had broken free of its restraints, and like an arrow released from a bow, it pierced straight into the deepest part of the Avicii hell. Faced with this attack, Death could no longer remain calm. His cloak materialized, and dark death energy condensed into countless ghostly hands that reached out to intercept the sword. However, the moment the life force and death energy came into contact with the gray sword light wrapped around the star-pulling sword, it was like hot oil being poured on a fire, and began to burn fiercely. All life was ignited, and the balance between life and death was completely shattered. Death's cloak trembled violently as the star-piercing sword pierced through it. At this moment, the 108 fragments of the heavenly abacus beads began to vibrate continuously, attaching one by one to the cloak. As if stars were falling, the world lost its color, and a vast surge of spiritual energy flowed endlessly towards death, forming an unprecedented and strongest seal. Your sword strike is not destruction, but killing intent. Before being sealed away, Death looked at the white light not far away, seemingly in disbelief. Is it possible that it is both destruction and death? Bai Guang uttered these words, causing the cloak of the Grim Reaper, pierced by the star-piercing sword, to tremble violently. But at this moment, the 108 fragments had completely merged together, transforming into a golden bead that looked like it was strung together with a silver needle. This is a seal formed by the star-piercing sword and the heavenly calculation beads, two sixth-tier treasures. However, given the lessons learned from the past, Chen Mobai and his companions were still very nervous, fearing that the Grim Reaper would break the seal again. It wasn't until the figure whose white light had dimmed considerably waved to Qi Yuheng, Shui Xian, and Chen Mobai that everyone realized they had survived this ordeal. The Grim Reaper was sealed away by the two saints of the immortal sect. Amid cheers, Chen Mobai wiped the sweat from his brow, but still had to face the white light. Greetings, Ancestor. Bai Guang frowned slightly after hearing Chen Mobai's address, but considering that the power of his avatar was almost exhausted, he didn't waste any more time. After my sword intent pierced through the god of death, it has already formed a causal relationship with his Tao of death. His physical body is very far away from here. If he wants to come here, without a treasure like the Gate of Boundaries, it will take at least several hundred years. Hearing Bai Guang's words, Chen Mobai and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. This incarnation of the Grim Reaper has already forced the immortal sect to reveal its full strength. If it weren't for the two immortal sect saints, each of them possessing extraordinary talent, Earth Origin Star would probably be gone by now. If the next war brings us to face the Grim Reaper himself, Chen Mobai feels that he can start the Wandering Earthly Star project now. May I ask, Ancestor, what should we do next? Qi Yuheng coughed lightly twice and respectfully asked Bai Guang. During the exchange just now, the cultivators from the immortal sect could all see that Bai Guang had already reached the void refinement stage. This is undoubtedly the #1 person in the history of the immortal sect. When the Purple Cloud Palace descends again, go in and seize the opportunity. If I do not receive any news from you, leave the Tianyang star system and head towards the Purple Cloud Galaxy at the center of the universe. Bai Guang's words caused Qi Yuheng and the others to look gloomy. Although this place is barren of spiritual energy, it is the homeland that gave them birth and nurtured them. Leaving their hometown like this, they may never have the chance to return. Yes, Ancestor. However, when faced with the threat of death, this is the best approach. Don't worry too much about the Grim Reaper himself. I'll find a way to handle it. Seeing the worry on the faces of the immortal cultivators, Bai Guang said something that made them breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know about the star-piercing Ancestor. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, and seeing that he had finished talking about the Grim Reaper, he couldn't help but ask about Kaingsing's situation. Before he was assimilated by the great Tao of Stars, his last consciousness entered the sword, thus becoming a sword spirit. If you are confident in dealing with the sealed incarnation of the god of death in the future, you can try to release him. Bai Guang pointed to the golden bead pierced by a silver needle not far away, a mark left by Kaingsing's 1,000 years of cultivation. Even if one were to recount the entire history of the immortal sect, having mastered 2 sixth-tier supreme treasures, Kaingsing's status would already surpass that of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. At least from now on, the title of the #1 weapon refiner in the immortal sect will no longer belong to Ancestor Yunya. Chen Mobai, a member of the dance weapon lineage, felt regretful but also proud of Kaingsing. If it weren't for the calamity of death, Kaingsing might have actually succeeded in cultivating the void realm. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered the reincarnation of the stargazing person who was looking at the back gate of Chicheng Mountain. Now that Kaingsing's original form is gone, what happened to him? He suddenly turned around and looked at Master Chengxuan not far away. When Bai Guang summoned the 3 of them to explain things, the rest of the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect lined up in midair and waited with unprecedented respect. When Chen Mobai looked over, Master Chengxuan met his gaze and quickly understood his meaning, nodding in agreement. Ancestor, there's something I need to tell you. Chen Mobai thought of the method of seeking emptiness through subtraction, which Bai Guang had already mastered and even used to practice emptiness. So after thinking about it, he still spoke to Bai Guang about the reincarnation of the star-pulling body. Qi Yuheng's expression changed slightly after hearing this. Before being reincarnated, Kaingsing entrusted everything to him, including the method of seeking emptiness through subtraction. Qi Yuheng even vaguely guessed that his reincarnation was in the Dance Weapon Academy. Go and verify it with him yourselves, but just keep this to yourselves. After hearing this, Bai Guang said something, and at that moment her figure was so illusory that it was about to disappear. Ancestor. Everyone gasped in surprise upon seeing this. I have two last words to say to Chen Yang. You may all leave now. At the last moment, Bai Guang waved his hand, signaling Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian to step back. The two nodded immediately, and then went to clean up the mess at 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Ancestor, something's wrong. I know you don't acknowledge me, but since it has happened and our daughter has grown up, I hope you can accept reality. Bai Guang suddenly said something that made Chen Mobai's lips twitch slightly, unsure how to respond. Ancestor's words are profound. I don't quite understand what they mean. If you really dare to take a concubine into your family and make my daughter call her mom, I'll chop them all up when I get back. Before the white light disappeared, it no longer minced words. It raised an eyebrow, narrowed its eyes, and the coldness in its words made Chen Mobai shiver. She knew it all along. End of this chapter. Chapter 1048 Cleanup, 85K. Chapter 1048 The Aftermath, 8.5K. Chen Mobai was startled upon hearing this, but quickly thought of another important matter. How much does she actually know? What are you talking about? After you left, my daughter and I depended on each other for survival, and no woman has ever entered our home. Chen Mobai immediately and instinctively began to refute, stating that he was not that kind of person. HMPH, although I can't see you most of the time because we live far apart, do you think you can hide your affair with that actor and your old classmate from me? Bai Guang snorted coldly, his gaze piercing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't know Qing knew. Otherwise, the events in the Heavenly River realm would have been really hard to explain. This is none of your business. My wife is Shi Wanyu, not you. Besides, you clearly said before you left that I could remarry. Although Bai Guang was powerful, Chen Mobai, a grown man, could not bow down to a woman, so he responded directly and firmly. At that time, I felt that I wouldn't be able to come back and might even die in space, so I said that. Bai Guang never expected that Chen Mobai would dare to talk back. If it were anyone else, she probably would have already drawn their sword. But when facing the father of her child, her own man, she held back and, unusually, patiently began to reason with him. You still dare to say that? You're the one who abandoned your family and left your daughter. She's been born for so long, and I haven't seen you fulfill your responsibilities as a mother at all. Now you come to me with things about our daughter. At this moment, Chen Mobai forgot what he had just said, and his words already regarded Bai Guang as his wife. I did that to pave the way for all the immortals. Besides, if I don't leave Earth Origin Star, how can I cultivate the Void Realm? If I don't cultivate the Void Realm, how can I survive this great calamity for the immortal sects today? You can't use the results to cover up your initial motives. You can fool others, but there's no need to fool yourself. How could I lie to myself? I'm telling the truth. If I hadn't intervened today, you would be dead already, and our daughter certainly wouldn't be alive either. Everything I did brought about the best outcome, so it was the right thing to do. You saved the immortal sect and saved me, and I am very grateful. But we have never started anything. As long as our daughter does not object, it is none of your business who I am with in the future. Don't go too far and force me to be unreasonable. Bai Guang was furious after hearing this. Because everything Chen Mobai said was true, she had no way to refute it. And in the beginning, it really was she who abandoned her husband and daughter to pursue a higher realm outside. How can a person be unreasonable? Before Chen Mobai could finish speaking, Bai Guang, with a cold face, pointed out with his finger. He tried to dodge, but the white light was of such high cultivation that even though it was about to dissipate, the finger still landed on his brow. You? Chen Mobai regretted how he had suddenly lost his temper. What was the point of reasoning with a woman? But he soon discovered that the white light's finger had no power at all. It was merely some intention related to the way of the sword. As he continued to receive this sword intent, the white figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Chen Mobai immediately reached out and caught the white stone that was falling from midair. Well, after a long while, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't want to admit it, it seemed to have become a fact, and he couldn't quite figure it out. However, the threat before the white light disappeared still echoed in his ears. Chen Mobai decided that from now on, he would cultivate even harder than before, striving to surpass her in realm before she returned next time. Otherwise, I'll probably never be able to hold my head up in my family again for the rest of my life. Chen Mobai was even thinking that he would just hide in the heavenly river realm when the time came. King Nu is much gentler than Baiguang. Pure Yang. Just as Chen Mobai was sighing, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian came to his side. What's wrong? Chen Mobai snapped out of his reverie, and realizing that the immortal sect was currently undergoing an unprecedented upheaval, his expression turned grave. Did old ancestor Bai Guang give any other instructions before he left? Qi Yuheng asked, his face still somewhat pale, clearly indicating that his battle with death had left him seriously injured. The same was true for Narcissus. Her realm was directly torn apart, and her very essence was damaged. The immortal sect is currently at its weakest point. That's all, but she left me a sword thought, which seems to contain the cultivation patterns for the later stages of the immortal sect's sword technique. Once I comprehend it, I will carve it out so that other immortal sect cultivators can also understand it. Chen Mobai shook his head. He couldn't very well say that he and Bai Guang had a fight. However, he still revealed the matter of the sword thought, saying that if someone in the immortal sect could use this sword path to cultivate emptiness in the future, it would be a meritorious deed. That's good. I noticed that you and the ancestor were both quite agitated, like you were arguing. It's not easy for the ancestor to work hard out there all by himself. You should try to control yourself sometimes. Qi Yuheng hesitated for a moment, but still offered some words of advice. Just now, Chen Mobai and Bai Guang got carried away with their emotions and didn't care that there were many cultivators from the immortal sects not far away. They spoke hurriedly, and their faces were red. Anyone with eyes can tell they were arguing. Everyone immediately turned around or looked down at the ground to avoid making the white light ancestor think that he had seen something he shouldn't have. They were all secretly worried for Chen Mobai. After all, Bai Guang has now reached the void refinement stage. It should be noted that when she was at the nascent soul stage, she was rather petty. Chen Mobai's courage to directly confront her earned everyone's admiration. No, we just hadn't seen each other for a long time and couldn't help ourselves, so we acted impulsively. I've calmed down now. It was only then that Chen Mobai remembered that he hadn't set up any restrictions when he was arguing with Bai Guang. However, most of the people present knew about his relationship with Bai Guang, and it was normal for a couple to have a fight. Chunyang, let's go see the reincarnation of Ancestor Kaixing first. Qi Yuheng spoke again, saying that while he and his wife were arguing, he had already taken care of the matter on the immortal sect's side. In this great calamity of the immortal sects, among the 5 immortal peaks, Juxian Peak has been reduced to dust, leaving behind a huge empty space. Wangxian Peak fared no better. It was struck by Qi Yuheng and its peak broke off. However, for cultivators, as long as the artifacts are still there, they can continue to cultivate. While Bai Guang and Chen Mobai were talking, Qi Yuheng had already consciously lifted up the mountain he had broken off and put it back together. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai reached out and pulled the Yuanyang sword out of Jixian Peak. At this moment, the Zidian sword also secretly flew to his side, looking somewhat disheveled. You've all worked hard. The opponent was too powerful, so Chen Mobai didn't say anything to the 2 sword spirits. Sensing that there was still some death energy remaining on the swords, he took a wisp of Dao Shui fire from each of them to cleanse them. "Thank you, Master, young Master." After obtaining the immortal fire, the two swords flew back to Chen Mobai's realm. By the way, what about the performers of those amazing divine songs? Before Chen Mobai used the void shift technique, he suddenly thought of Meng Huinger and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although the Grim Reaper has been sealed, his power is too strange. In addition, Lin Dayaming has the ability to disguise himself. In order to avoid any accidents that could affect the entire immortal sect, I have asked everyone who listened to the divine song to stay here for a while. After confirming that there are no problems, I will let them leave one by one. As Qi Yuheng spoke, he pointed to Yingxian Hotel. After the battle, Yi Yun led the people from the literature and art department there for quarantine. In addition, nascent soul cultivators are no exception. Now it's just the two of them, along with Chen Mobai, who are leaving first to check on the reincarnation of Kaixing. As a practitioner of the pure Yang scroll, Chen Mobai would certainly not be corrupted by the power of the god of death or demonic energy, so Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian trusted him. So how should we deal with this seal? Before leaving, Chen Mobai pointed to the star-piercing sword heavenly calculation beads floating above the ruins of Juxian Peak. These two sixth-tier magical artifacts contain the mysterious and powerful avatar of the Grim Reaper, which they are unable to unseal or destroy. Let's set up 2 more barriers around Juxian Peak for now, as a temporary measure. Qi Yuheng spoke to Shui Xian beside him, who nodded. Then, the two of them used their most powerful 5th-tier techniques to set up 2 layers of barriers separating the inside from the outside. After doing all this, Chen Mobai transmitted a message to Master Chengxuan, and then the 3 of them used the void shift to directly arrive above Mount Chicheng. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Chen Mobai led Qi Yuheng and the others to the back mountain. The reincarnation of Kaixing was lying on a chair by the door, his eyes closed and no longer breathing. His cell phone, which he usually treasured, fell from his hand and smashed on the ground. The screen cracked. Upon seeing this, the 3 of them felt a sudden tightness in their chests. He wondered if Kaixing's reincarnation had also been affected by the Tao transformation of the original body and had passed away. The 3 of them immediately arrived at the main gate, and Qi Yuheng took the lead in feeling Kaixing's pulse. Chen Mobai listened to its inner workings with the sound of an empty valley. They discovered that the aura of this reincarnated body was extremely weak, and the spiritual power within its body seemed to be on the verge of dissipating, as if it had gone mad. Quickly, call Sanju and ask him to give us some remote guidance. While using his power to protect the operation of the major organs of the reincarnated body of Kaixing, Qi Yuheng shouted to Chen Mobai and Shuixian. Narcissus immediately used flowing water to create a mirror, and soon the 3 wonders appeared in the mirror. Infuse him with a dose of qi-activating blood, and combine it with a spirit-stabilizing pill. Then let the pure yang circulate the burning lamp technique to help the ancestor digest it. Upon hearing the situation, the 3 masters immediately began giving instructions remotely. Under his guidance, the breath of the reincarnated star which had disappeared gradually began to revive. At this moment, Chen Mobai and the other 2 also discovered that a 5-colored jade seal had appeared on the forehead of the reincarnation of Kaixing, radiating a mysterious and unpredictable brilliance. The heaven-mending seal. Upon seeing this, Qi Yuheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The 4 major academies each have their own unique foundations. Among them, the Heaven Mending Academy possesses the Heaven Mending Seal, which is not a magic weapon but a profound method of inheritance, said to have originated from a powerful figure in the Xuan Palace. The person who possesses the Heaven Mending Seal in the Heaven Mending lineage is the leader of that lineage. As one's cultivation progresses, the Heaven Mending Seal will release the inheritance of a higher realm. It is said that none of the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Heaven Mending lineage have ever seen the limit of the Heaven Mending Seal, which clearly contains elements of the void refining stage. With the appearance of the 5-colored jade seal, The life force of Kaixing's reincarnation, which was originally on the verge of death, began to come back to life. With a soft cough, the reincarnation of Kaixing opened his eyes. Ancestor. Chen Mobai and the other two didn't know whether it was Kaixing who had woken up or the reincarnated one, but they still greeted him politely. They're here. When Kaixing spoke, Chen Mobai and the other two breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the familiar tone of her voice. As long as Kaixing is still around, they have an inexplicable sense of confidence. Ancestor, once you overcome this tribulation, your advancement to the void refinement stage will be just around the corner. Chen Mobai remembered what Kaixing had said before, that this near-death experience was also an opportunity for him to cultivate his void realm, so he couldn't help but offer his congratulations. Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian offered their congratulations upon hearing this. It's not even close to being settled yet. I don't have much time. You three listen to me. Kaixing shook his head, trying to sit up from the recliner, but the movement was very difficult. Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng immediately helped him up. During the void refinement process, both my main body and my clone will undergo the baptism of the Great Tao. I knew I would fail this time, so I tried to preserve the wisp of my will that had been severed from my two divine arts by using the heaven-mending seal. But in the end, I realized that if I didn't completely sever my past self, the threads of my void refinement wouldn't be completely cleared. So after explaining this to you, this wisp of my will be completely sealed within the heaven-mending seal. As Kaixing spoke, a hint of regret appeared on her face. He never expected that his attempt to reduce and seek emptiness would ultimately result in the destruction of his own body. But this was also the path to spiritual cultivation that he saw through the Book of Square Inches when he was facing certain death. Yes, Ancestor, we will protect your reincarnation as it grows up. Chen Mobai immediately said that the reason why Kaixing's reincarnation was stuck before reaching the foundation establishment stage was because Kaixing himself had placed a restriction on himself, so that he could cut off his own threads as soon as his lifespan was exhausted. But now that this situation has arisen, it's definitely not okay to continue like this. Let nature take its course. If he can grow up, he will have to wait until he reaches the void refinement stage before he can break my seal and become one with my will. Kaixing, however, took it all in stride. After all, even someone with his extraordinary wisdom could only reach the peak of the nascent soul stage in his lifetime of cultivation. In addition, given the situation of the immortal sect, his reincarnation started late. Even with Chen Mobai and the other two taking care of him, he would probably only reach the nascent soul stage at most. Furthermore, to avoid the connection between the stars and this reincarnated body, it's best to let him cultivate on his own, and Chen Mobai and the others shouldn't make direct arrangements. Don't worry, Ancestor. With your intelligence, consider it a chance to reincarnate and overcome the mystery of your birth. Chen Mobai nodded, but in his heart he was thinking that after the reincarnation of Kaixing began to exert his strength in cultivation, the glory of the Wookiee lineage would continue for at least another 1,000 years after him. From now on, I entrust the immortal sect to you. I have burned myself out. When Kaixing said this, he extended 3 fingers and transmitted 3 Tao thoughts to Chen Mobai and the other two. This is my experience in practicing the void realm. Although it was a failure, I hope that you can follow in my junior sister's footsteps and embark on this path. After receiving the Dao Nian, Chen Mobai and the other two solemnly bowed to Kaixing. Kaixing smiled slightly, and the heaven-mending mark between her brows dimmed completely at this moment. She closed her eyes and fainted again on the recliner. After a cup of tea, the reincarnation of Kaixing, frowning and rubbing his temples as if suffering from a headache, woke up. I just bought a new phone on installment. When he woke up, he saw his phone lying on the ground with a cracked screen and cried out in distress. Seeing this scene from a distance, Chen Mobai and his two companions couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Chenyang, I entrust the Ancestor to you. Qi Yuheng coughed and said to Chen Mobai, Don't worry, I've roughly figured out a way to get him promoted, but the main thing is to motivate him. Chen Mobai explained his proposed path to advancement as a reincarnated star spirit, and Qi Yuheng and the other person offered some of their own ideas, ultimately reaching a consensus. The most urgent task is to first get Kaienxing's reincarnation to establish his foundation, and then find him some easy work to do. When it's time to start a war, we can put him in the logistics department and then give him all the credit. The resources for forming the golden core and nascent soul stages can also be arranged in a logical way. After discussing this matter, Chen Mobai took out a formless puppet to protect Kaienxing's reincarnation at all times. This formless puppet was modified by him using materials from the heavenly river realm. Its core is still a top-grade spirit stone. Even a weaker nascent soul cultivator from a sect might not be a match for it. The three then returned to Wufeng, Immortal Mountain. Chen Mobai illuminated everyone with the Xu and Yang divine light from the pure Yang scroll, and after confirming that there were no problems, all the nascent soul cultivators and the kings of the sea were allowed to pass. However, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian have also issued a gag order regarding what happened in the divine song, to avoid causing panic among the immortals. Then came the group that performed the divine song. However, the situation is not ideal, with many people showing signs of going astray. After all, the mere sight of the Grim Reaper is enough to drive cultivators mad. Fortunately, at that time, they were all in a state of divine inspiration, close to the great Tao, so they all survived. It may require a long period of observation. The three Absolutes Master, together with Chen Mobai, inspected all the cultivators in the literature and art department, and offered his thoughts on those who had gone astray. It actually means to imprison someone. Find a large courtyard, put them together, and then teach them 2 parts of divine arts. See if they can sever these memories and demonic thoughts. Chen Mobai shared his thoughts, and Qi Yuheng nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Meng Huanger was lucky and was not among them. However, this performance of the divine melody severely damaged the vital energy of all cultivators who practiced profound music and magic, even damaging their very essence. Even Xiao Yuping, a nascent soul cultivator, was no exception. The divine song wasn't fully performed, and the loss of essence was less than expected. Xiao Yuping, who was summoned, shared her feelings. Because Dinghai Zhenjun, who had performed the divine song last time, eventually became a god, Qi Yuheng felt that she might also have this opportunity. He gave her a lot of resources to recuperate and provided her with healing materials. Chen Mobai, however, thought it was unlikely. After all, the Dharma body and nascent soul cannot improve any further, even with the effect of the divine song. After everything was dealt with, the seal on 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain remained unbroken. Because the god of death was sealed away, Qi Yuheng decided to designate this place as a forbidden area. Those nascent soul families who moved away when the divine song was performed earlier do not need to return, according to his wishes. From now on, only those at the nascent soul stage, besides those at the immortal cultivation stage, will be allowed to enter this place. There are also those who went mad while performing mind-bending music. They will live here. Chen Mobai agreed with this. After all, no one dares to say that the seal of death is secure. Some have suggested throwing the seal into the universe, or using a portal to randomly teleport it away. However, knowing that Lin Dayaming had already reached the nascent soul stage and was eyeing the earthly origin star from outside, it was impossible to send the seal under his nose. Furthermore, teleportation via a dimensional gate is impossible. Since both the heavenly calculation beads and the star-pulling sword are 6th tier, and the sealed death god is also 6th tier, Qi Yuheng, a nascent soul cultivator, cannot use the boundary gate to teleport beings of such a level. Chen Mobai hesitated, wondering whether he should take the seal to the heavenly river realm. Once they arrive there and the seal is broken, the 6th-tier beings will immediately ascend. But if that happens, death will fall into the hands of the celestial realm. They might be tortured by those powerful beings from the upper realms to reveal the situation of the immortal sect's earthly origin star. In that case, the consequences might be even more severe than the arrival of the true form of the god of death. So in the end, the status quo was maintained, and the seal was left in place. Qi Yuheng is stationed there year-round, while the other nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects take turns to oversee the area. As agreed, the shifts will change every 20 years, with 4 nascent soul cultivators per shift. But to everyone's surprise, most of the nascent soul cultivators eagerly signed up. From now on, because there are few people here, the 6th level spiritual energy will be open all year round in the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain area. Moreover, although the listening to the divine song was interrupted, all the nascent soul cultivators gained some insights. Given that the next war is confirmed to be on Pluto, they are all eager to go into seclusion to improve themselves. For example, Venerable Chengshuan. He had already seen his path to becoming a nascent soul cultivator. All that was left was to step out into the 6th-tier spiritual energy field. Principal, then I'll go and guard the Taoist temple. Chen Mobai thought about what would happen 10 years later, when the Dayad sect in the Tianhe realm was going to start its own land reclamation project. He would definitely have to go there to take charge of the overall situation. Moreover, he would suddenly disappear if he traveled between the 2 realms. It would be better if he didn't stay in the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain area. So when Chengshuan decided to break through, he gave up the opportunity to reach the 6th level of spiritual energy and took over Chengshuan's position as principal. Chunyang, thank you. Master Chengshuan was very grateful after hearing this. In the end, most of the nascent soul cultivators went to explain what they were doing and then chose to return. For example, Yunhai Sheng Ren directly handed over the position of principal of the Natural Academy to Yan Qiangji. However, before attempting to transform into a deity, he had another important matter to attend to, which would also serve as a test of his gains in the divine astonishment song. In a short period of time, half of the nascent soul cultivators who were originally alive in the immortal sect suddenly disappeared. The public speculated that it might be due to the shocking melody. Some people even made bets, guessing which few nascent soul cultivators would be able to achieve divine transformation. In this regard, Chen Mobai ranked first, far ahead of the competition. Next came renowned nascent soul 9th-level cultivators from the immortal sects, such as Master Chengshuan, Master Yunhai, and Master Yuangsu. Outside Earth Yuan Star, Lin Daoming's true form floated in the void, and beside him, several members of the Ascension sect looked at the planet beneath their feet with greedy and hesitant eyes. Kaingsing is dead, and Qi Yuheng and Shuixian are also seriously injured. This is the best opportunity to attack the immortal sect. When the immortals sealed the god of death, the severed limbs of Lin Daoming's primordial spirit were on Juxian Peak. Because the god of death was too powerful, neither Kaingsing nor Baiguang had time to pay attention to him, so he saw the very end. However, when the white light unleashed its destructive and murderous power, the aftershock still turned him into dust. Lin Daoming wasn't sure if Bai Guang had any other tricks up his sleeve. So he concealed the matter of the white light and incited the Ascension cult to take action. The heavenly canopy and earthly network array has disappeared. At this moment, the dragon tiger ancestor flew over and told him his discovery with a shocked expression. The 6th-order grand formation of the immortal sect has been contained by Kaingsing using the heavenly calculation beads, serving as a shell to seal the god of death. Although the spiritual cores of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands still exist, it would take at least several years to rearrange them. Yunhai was carrying out Qi Yuheng's orders to do this. But now, the barrier that had blocked the Ascension sect for thousands of years has truly disappeared. Let's play it safe. I'll send my pieces to scout ahead again. The Lord of Shenyuxuan hesitated. He had tried to steal the Queen Mother's body during the performance of the divine music, but when he finally got to the secret laboratory, he found that the body was already gone. And all of his most important pieces, which he had cultivated for hundreds of years, were wiped out in that one battle. So he's a bit timid now. During this performance of the divine song, Both nascent soul cultivators from the dance weapon lineage displayed the potential to become divine transformations. If you wait until they break through, you will only be able to hide in the darkness of the universe and wait to die forever. Lin Daoming then spoke up with these words. As expected, both the ascending sect master and the dragon tiger ancestors' expressions changed upon hearing this. Their lifespan is at most 1 or 200 years. If the immortal sects had 2 more nascent soul cultivators, they would have no choice but to hide even further and deeper. If it can be confirmed that Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian are seriously injured, this is indeed their best chance. At this moment, the dragon tiger ancestor suddenly closed his eyes, and a chess piece he left on Earth Origin Star conveyed the latest news from the Kaiyuan Hall conference at the end of the year. Chen Mobai has resigned from his position as the master of the righteous Dharma Hall, and Wenren Zuwei has taken over his place. He resigned. It seems he has benefited greatly from the divine song. It will probably be able to reach the nascent soul stage in less than 10 years. The Ascension Sect Master said. Lin Daoming had not told them everything that happened in the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, so they thought Chen Mobai's realm was still at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Even with the amazing divine music, there is still a long way to go before reaching the level of a god. After resigning as the head of the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai became the principal of the Wuqi Dao Academy. The dragon and tiger ancestor continued to convey the information he had received. It seems that Wang Chengshuan is indeed preparing to take the step of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, the Ascension Master narrowed his eyes. Master Chengshuan had tried to achieve the transformation of a spirit in an instant long ago, but the success rate was not high, so he gave up. This time, he even resigned from his position as the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, which shows that he has really made up his mind. Master, the dragon tiger ancestor opened his eyes and turned to look at the ascended master. He was most familiar with Chen Mobai's talent. After all, more than 100 years ago, he was just a small Qi refining student, but now he was a powerful existence that none of them dared to face directly. The more powerful the divine seed in the devouring god technique, the greater the improvement it provides to the true body after being devoured. Chen Mobai is now at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, which is already powerful enough. It's time to reap the rewards. Then I'll devour this greatest genius in the history of the immortal sect first, and then go to the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain with the Venerable One to slaughter all the upper-level cultivators of the immortal sect. At this moment, the ascended cult leader no longer hesitated and prepared to enjoy the fruits of his labor, which had been cultivated for over 100 years. Your foundation is incredibly solid, built up over 3 lifetimes, and you possess the essence of fetal transformation. You are ready to step into the nascent soul stage at any time. If you can truly devour that pure yang child, you might be able to fulfill the long-cherished wish of your ancient lineage, overthrow the immortal sect, and regain control of Earth Origin Star. Lin Daoming also offered encouragement, as he wasn't entirely sure how serious Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian's injuries were. But now that the celestial canopy and earthly network are gone, it is the best opportunity to destroy the immortal sect. If the Ascension sect leader succeeds in attacking Chen Mobai, all the better. If he fails, he can at least see the true strength of the immortal sects. If all else fails, crippling Chen Mobai, the future nascent soul true monarch of the immortal sect, would also be a very good option. Then I'll go. As the ascended cult leader spoke, he transformed into darkness and vanished from the spot. Let's make some noise and attract the leader's attention. The dragon tiger ancestor spoke to the divine imperial pavilion master, who immediately nodded. When they were with Lin Daoming, they felt a strange pressure, always feeling that they would be devoured by him at any moment. Watching the 2 figures leave, Lin Daoming sneered. When the Kaiyuan Hall assembly ended, Chen Mobai felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and his mind became increasingly clear. The moment he officially announced his resignation as head of the Zhengfa Hall, hundreds of millions of threads were disconnected from him. As Chen Mobai watched Wenren Zuwei take over his position, he remembered what Kaingsing had told him. At that time, I thought that the Void Refinement Realm was a very distant realm, and even a realm that immortal cultivators could not possibly reach. I never expected that both Kaingsing and Baiguang would step into it one after another. Baiguang's success gave Chen Mobai unprecedented motivation. If they can't beat her next time they meet, Yan Bingxuan and Meng Huanger will probably suffer a terrible fate. Master, we will see you off. When the meeting ended, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan still stayed by Chen Mobai's side. After several years of handover, Zhuang Jialan has handed over all her work to Pei Qingshuang. Chen Mobai was preparing to become the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, and she decided to follow him, resigning as well. Hua Zijing originally shared the same idea as her, but Chen Mobai thought that there wasn't much to do at the school and one secretary would suffice, so he let her continue to stay at the Zhengfa Hall. Besides being able to remotely control things, it also means that the dance weapon lineage has a person in charge in Wanggu Cave. Hua Zijing naturally complied with Chen Mobai's arrangements. From now on, you'll be left here to handle things on your own. If you feel like you can't keep up, just give me a call. Chen Mobai smiled and said this to Hua Zijing, who followed him out. The latter nodded solemnly, indicating that she would not let him down. See you at the Taoist temple. Finally, Chen Mobai nodded to Zhuang Jialan, and then used the void shift technique to head to Chicheng Mountain first. The handover at the Dance Weapon Academy went very smoothly. Chen Mobai's appointment as the headmaster, succeeding Master Chengxuan, was a popular choice. Moreover, things at the school are much easier compared to those at the Dharma Hall. Chen Mobai followed his consistent policy of non-interference, allowing the Taoist Academy to continue operating in the same way as before. After Zhuang Jialan arrived, Chen Mobai completely became a hands-off manager. Aside from occasionally checking on the reincarnation of Kaingsing, he spends most of his time in seclusion under the Dan Ding Yu Shu. Knowing that the next adversary to wage war would be Pluto, Master Chengxuan would no longer object if Chen Mobai directly refined the Pill Cauldron Jade Tree. However, now that Chen Mobai has mastered the 5 tones of music, he will basically not encounter any bottlenecks before practicing the void. Therefore, it has not been refined now. On this day, he sat upright beneath the jade tree and the elixir cauldron, using the 5 musical notes to comprehend the 2 great paths of nirvana and sainthood. Suddenly, the purple mansion sea of consciousness began to tremble. End of this chapter. Chapter 1049, The Birth of the Third Saint of the Immortal Sect. Chapter 1049, The Birth of the Third Saint of the Immortal Sect. Chen Mobai thought he had gone mad, so he immediately rang the morning bell to calm himself down. Under the influence of this natal magic artifact, the sea of consciousness in the purple mansion gradually began to stabilize. During this process, the heavenly blessing of the phoenix facing the sun diagram suddenly activated automatically, giving him a warning sign. This warning sign means that an enemy is attacking you. Based on Chen Mobai's years of experience, he was definitely no match for him. Otherwise, the heavenly heart warning would have already caused a violent tremor long before that. Who is it? Chen Mobai's curiosity was piqued. Even without using purple lightning and primordial yang, he is undoubtedly invincible among those below the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect. At most, only nascent soul stage cultivators like Master Chengxuan could exchange a few blows with him. The fact that this opponent can trigger such a level of alarm means that he is also one of the best among the nascent soul cultivators. Such figures are few and far between. The only people who had a grudge against him, the future third saint of the immortal sect, were the Ascension sect. Is he the Ascended Master, the Dragon and Tiger Ancestor, or the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master? Chen Mobai also thought of Lin Dayaming, but the latter had already reached the nascent soul stage. If he were to make a move, Teng Xianzhi's warning signs would not be so minor. Just as he was making his guesses, a black dot suddenly appeared in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, making him shudder. The 5-colored phoenix, materialized from Chen Mobai's divine consciousness, immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, releasing a pure and holy aura that enveloped the black speck, attempting to purify and eliminate it. But the moment the pure, holy energy surged over, it was suddenly devoured and absorbed by the black dot. Then the black dot grew larger and larger, from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a fist. Gradually, it transformed into a hole similar to a black hole above the sea of consciousness in the purple mansion, bursting out with infinite suction force. As Chen Mobai's divine consciousness transformed into a five-colored phoenix, wisps of colorful mist began to emanate from its body as it approached the black hole, and were absorbed by the black hole. Devouring God technique. As hundreds of years of memories flowed through Chen Mobai's mind, he quickly figured out the origin of this black dot. Back when he was studying the three divine sense techniques that accompanied the Pure Yang scroll, out of curiosity, he also took the opportunity to study the incomplete devouring God technique that Yu Tianguang had written down. At that time, he visualized a black dot in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. If left unchecked, the black hole will continuously absorb various manifestations of divine consciousness, rapidly expanding and transforming into a black hole. It's exactly the same as the scene right in front of you. But for him, the devouring God technique was merely a means to enhance the phoenix rising sun diagram. He had never delved into its cultivation, nor had he ever planted a divine seed in any cultivator. Therefore, this situation should not occur. At this moment, the black hole in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness seemed to have opened a passage to some unknown place, drawing in and absorbing his divine consciousness. At first, it was just a wisp, but as the black spot expanded into a black hole, the sky above the sea of consciousness began to distort. Below, the jade phoenix tree formed from Chen Mobai's excess divine consciousness began to disintegrate piece by piece, disintegrating into the purest divine consciousness power, which turned into beams of seven-colored rainbow light, projected into the black hole and absorbed. With a clang, Chen Mobai immediately activated his natal magic weapon, the Morning Bell, to stabilize his purple mansion sea of consciousness and suppress all his divine sense. The rainbow light that had just connected with the black hole was instantly shattered by the sound of the bell. I didn't expect your natal magic weapon to be this. It's allowed you to live a little longer. A voice suddenly came from within the black hole, and Chen Mobai immediately frowned. When did you plant the divine seed in my purple mansion sea of consciousness? Chen Mobai, who also practiced the devouring God technique, understood the situation after their brief exchange. The black hole before him was a void passage that pierced through the sea of consciousness of both himself and the person who planted the divine seed. According to the method of the devouring God technique, all the divine consciousness in his sea of consciousness would be devoured by the other party and ultimately become the resources for the other party's advancement. When you were still an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The voice, which had initially sounded somewhat ethereal, gradually became more tangible, and Chen Mobai immediately recognized who it was. Yang Jing, you are the ascended cult leader. Although Chen Mobai hadn't had much contact with Yang Jing back in Dangxia City, he still vividly remembered her unique voice. After learning about his opponent's origins, Chen Mobai instantly recalled all the memories related to him and immediately locked onto the moment when the divine seed was most likely to be planted. Back then, as a foundation establishment cultivator, he was invited by Qing Nu to help suppress Yang Jing, whose divine art had gone out of control. Little did he know that Kong Feiken had used the wrong sealing technique, allowing the shadow serpent of Yang Jing's other half of his divine consciousness to break free and even burrow into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. At that time, Yang Jing was only at the qi refining stage, so Chen Mobai thought the problem was solved after dispelling and purifying the shadow serpent. Unexpectedly, the problem was solved on the surface, but a divine seed was secretly planted in the ground. To be a part of me would be the greatest honor of your life. The voice of the ascended master came again from the other side of the black hole, and at the same time, the black hole formed by the divine seed began to grow larger and larger. Even though Chen Mobai used the morning bell to suppress his purple mansion sea of consciousness, one after another jade wudong tree gradually transformed from a solid state into an illusion, and finally dissipated into strands of rainbow light, which were projected towards the black hole in the sky. Although the ancient lineages were almost wiped out by the immortal sects, all their inheritances came from the Zixio palace, and the devouring god technique was no exception. Even with his nearly perfect phoenix rising sun painting and his natal magic weapon, he couldn't withstand it. However, Chen Mobai was also proficient in the devouring god technique. Although he did not have the method of cultivating extraordinary skills, he knew where the flaws were. The key to human conduct lies in taking from those who are lacking and giving to those who are in excess. In other words, the one who is planted with the divine seed needs to be insufficient. That is to say, Chen Mobai's spiritual realm must be inferior to that of the ascended sect master in order to be completely subjugated and allowed to be devoured and absorbed by him. However, thanks to the devouring god technique and the phoenix rising to the sun diagram, Chen Mobai's spiritual realm had already reached the nascent soul stage a long time ago. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, the ascended sect master is at most at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Both being perfect, Chen Mobai felt that his foundation was definitely superior to his opponents. However, he certainly couldn't just let the Ascension Master devour him like that, because the initiative was in the other party's hands. Once the Ascension Master discovered that his cultivation was beyond imagination, he might act according to his ability and only absorb half of it. In that case, the Ascending Master would be able to obtain sufficient resources, and Chen Mobai, having lost half of his divine consciousness, would certainly suffer a severe blow to his vitality. Even if he recovers later, it will definitely greatly delay the time it takes for him to reach the nascent soul stage. Therefore, this issue must be resolved as soon as possible. Moreover, the ascended cult leader must not be allowed to notice anything amiss and withdraw. After all, Chen Mobai, who also cultivated the devouring god technique, knew that once the divine seed was planted, even if he could later use 2 parts of the divine technique to cut it out, it would still leave a flaw in his own purple mansion sea of consciousness. To completely solve this problem, the person who planted the seed of God must be killed, or conversely, swallowing up the opponent. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai rang the morning bell even more intensely, and then deliberately unleashed his nascent soul 8th level spiritual consciousness, seemingly struggling desperately to prevent his spiritual consciousness from being swallowed by the black hole. Then, the 5-colored phoenix at the core of his divine consciousness waved its feathers, broke free from the black hole's restraints in midair, and landed back on the jade parasol tree below. It then began to combine with the smaller parasol trees with their swaying branches to set up a solid defensive array in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. After the formation was completed, it actually managed to resist the suction force of the black hole. After doing all this, Chen Mobai looked at the 5 different colored fruits hanging on the jade parasol tree. This is the fruit of the 5 elements Tao. After the shocking divine song incident, Chen Mobai refined these 5 Tao fruits into his purple mansion sea of consciousness, so that if he encountered an opponent with no power to resist again, he could use his last bit of willpower to fuse with the fire Tao fruit and take the step of becoming a nascent soul. Even if it fails, it can still detonate these 5 Tao fruits, severely damaging the enemy. Now Chen Mobai is wondering if a single Tao fruit could kill an ascended sect master. Just to be on the safe side, should we feed all 5 of them then? The Tao fruit is something that can only be left behind at the refinement of emptiness level. Even nascent soul cultivators dare not take it lightly because of the power it contains. If a nascent soul cultivator does not have the correct method to guide the Tao fruit into their body, they will basically perish, leaving not even a speck of ashes. Judging from the ascended sect master's good appetite, he will probably accept anything from Chen Mobai's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the black hole in the sky began to rotate, gradually covering and distorting the sky. Ascending sect leader watched Chen Mobai struggle with all his might, feeling a cat-and-mouse thrill. As expected of the #1 genius in the history of the immortal sect, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, you have already reached the level of the 8th level of the divine sense realm. However, all your resistance is a futile struggle. Even if your combat skills are unmatched among those of the same level, and even a true monarch of the nascent soul stage would have to show you some respect. In the most direct competition of divine sense, it is the realm that matters. Moreover, I planted a divine seed in you beforehand, so the initiative is in my hands. I can stop at any time. Even if you recover from your injuries later, I can still connect to your purple mansion sea of consciousness through the divine seed, but you can only watch helplessly as I devour your divine consciousness. Don't even think about using the divine technique to cut off my divine seed. My devouring divine technique has already been cultivated to the pinnacle. Even if you cut off one seed, I can still disperse and leave hundreds more beforehand, unless you want your purple mansion sea of consciousness to be riddled with holes and full of flaws. But you don't need to despair, because when I become a god or even rule the immortal sects, I will pass on this most important resource of mine to future generations. I have an extremely strong premonition that as long as I devour you, I will be able to take that step and cultivate my primordial spirit. The ascended cult leader's words grew increasingly impassioned, as if he had already envisioned the day he would break free from his shackles. To achieve the nascent soul transformation into a divine being, the power of 2 lifetimes and 3 lifetimes has been merged into one, and it is finally about to succeed at this moment. As Chen Mobai's increasingly refined divine consciousness surged into the ascended sect master's sea of consciousness through the black hole, originally the size of a fist, began to uncontrollably transform into a gigantic black sun. Even during this process, the black sun began to descend towards the earth in the purple mansion sea of consciousness. Below it stands the jade-green parasol tree, where the 5-colored phoenix perches. This is also the foundation of Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness. If even this is devoured, he can basically be considered useless. As the black sun fell, the purple mansion of consciousness, which had been a place of rising and setting sun, began to lose its light and gradually turned into pitch black, as if night had fallen and was devouring the world. An unprecedentedly piercing bell rang out, which, to the ascending cult leader, sounded like Chen Mobai's last struggle. The morning bell transformed into a golden sun, which fell beneath the black sun formed from the divine seed. While it re-illuminated the purple mansion sea of consciousness, it also collided with the black sun. In that instant, Chen Mobai felt a crack appear in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, which had been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. He saw the path for his divine consciousness to break through to the nascent soul realm. It's no use. All your efforts are just to help me get to the next level, but if you're going to do that, I'll be grateful to you. The ascended Lord's voice rang out from within the black sun, and then the golden light of the morning bell suddenly dimmed. Huh? Chen Mobai watched this scene with some shock. He sensed that through the black sun, an invisible force of rules seemed to permeate and envelop his purple mansion sea of consciousness. It's as if his mind no longer belongs to him. This is a spirit realm technique I created by combining the Dharma realm method of the 6 imperial scriptures with the devouring God technique. In my spirit realm, all the rules are set by me, and through the divine seed, my rules can flow from my purple mansion sea of consciousness into your side. So even if you are at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage today, you still cannot break free. You might as well obediently accept your death. As the ascended Lord laughed heartily, the power of rules surging from the black sun became even more vast. After losing its geographical advantage, the morning bell could not resist at all and fell from the sky with a mournful cry. At this moment, the black sun had already swallowed the entire sky, and it was about to devour all the jade parasol trees formed from divine consciousness on the earth, especially the 5-colored phoenix perched on it. At that time, everything Chen Mobai owns will become the possessions of the ascended cult leader. Amidst the laughter, the enormous black sun had already set upon the tall, jade-green parasol tree canopy. The 5-colored phoenix manifested by Chen Mobai's divine consciousness seemed to be in a panic, flapping its wings as it fell from the canopy to the trunk, trying to escape being eaten. Even at this moment, the ascended cult leader did not let his guard down. 1,000 years of lifespan and experience taught him that the closer one gets to success, the more calm one must remain. Chen Mobai sensed that the ascending master's entire consciousness was focused on him, causing the five-colored phoenix's wingspan to freeze and slow down. At the same time, the black sun had already submerged the tree canopy, and the golden Tao fruit among the colorful fruits hanging on it, without exception, entered the ascended master's purple mansion sea of consciousness through the void passage of the divine seed. What's this? When the ascending sect master swallowed the first Tao fruit, he realized something was wrong, but it was too late to spit it out. After entering an unfamiliar purple mansion sea of consciousness, without the method of the one yuan Tao palace, specifically for refining the five elements Tao fruits to suppress it, the gold element Tao fruit immediately erupted with a power of the great Tao that surpassed the nascent soul stage. The black sun, which had been wreaking havoc and running rampant in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness, suddenly let out a violent scream. The Ascension Master's prized spirit realm techniques were pierced through with hundreds of wounds the moment they were absorbed into the golden path fruit, even tearing and slicing through his own purple mansion sea of consciousness. However, Chen Mobai thought highly of this cult leader, and then stuffed the fire and water elemental fruits into the black sun. The moment the purple mansion sea of consciousness was severely damaged, the ascended sect master was no longer able to control the divine seed. Even if it had the thought of shutting it down, the vast divine consciousness accumulated over 3 lifetimes had already been shattered by the power of the great Tao, that the Tao fruit instinctively unleashed the moment it tried to suppress the golden Tao fruit. Such injuries would be fatal even for a nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention the ascended cult leader. Amidst screams, the fire and water Tao fruits entered the ascended master's purple mansion sea of consciousness through the void passage constructed by the divine seeds. This made things even more lively. With a soft poof, the ascension cult leader, who was casting a spell on an abandoned satellite outside of earthly origin star, coughed up blood from all 7 orifices and collapsed, completely lifeless. At the same time, within Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness, the enormous black hole that had been almost swallowing the heavens and the earth suddenly began to rotate counterclockwise after a violent tremor. A powerful divine sense, which even Chen Mobai felt was vast and boundless, surged out from the black hole like a torrential rain and poured down on all parts of his purple mansion sea of consciousness. And these divine senses, after being filtered through the divine seed, are just like those that Chen Mobai cultivated through hard work and can be perfectly absorbed by him. As the divine sense of the ascended sect master continued to surge in, Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness quickly reached its limit. While sealing away these divine senses and transforming them into new jade phoenix trees, he also condensed them into rainwater, which seeped into the cracks at the edge of his purple mansion sea of consciousness. The collision of his consciousness with the ascended sect master had created a crack in his bottleneck. The ascended sect master's consciousness was like water washing over hard soil. With the continuous supply from the divine seed, the small crack quickly turned into a large crack, eventually spreading like a spider web across the entire edge of his purple mansion sea of consciousness. It was accompanied by a crisp sound. Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness expanded more than tenfold in an instant. With enough space, the vast divine consciousness accumulated by the ascended sect master over 3 lifetimes began to pour out completely, like a tidal wave. Although the sacred seed of the phoenix facing the sun painting has not yet been condensed, Chen Mobai has already comprehended the method of this divine sense technique for the nascent soul realm, so he immediately began to refine this part of the divine sense. After his divine sense broke through to the nascent soul realm, the pure yang pearl behind his head finally shone with unprecedented brilliance. The second nascent soul, riding the pure yang set, stood on golden lotuses, a joyful smile on his face, like a newly risen sun, rising in the jade flat minor world. At this moment, even the jade tree in the alchemy cauldron was overshadowed by the pure yang pearl. After the divine consciousness of the nascent soul realm took over, the second nascent soul immediately broke through the boundary and advanced towards the second primordial spirit. At this moment, all the fifth-order spiritual veins of the entire Chicheng mountain fell under the control of Chen Mobai's divine sense. Since there was no longer the restriction of the heavenly curtain and earthly network, the approval procedures were saved, and he directly began to absorb the extremely abundant fire spiritual energy. Although the pure yang pearl contains enough innate fire elemental energy to advance to the second primordial spirit, even without the fifth-order spiritual energy of Chicheng Mountain, wouldn't that mean there would be no movement at all? Now that the immortal sect has just experienced the death god incident, and Kaingsing has even gone offline, Chen Mobai felt it was necessary to use the good news of his own successful cultivation of a second primordial spirit to boost everyone's morale. So he made as much noise as possible about his breakthrough. In that instant, all the cultivators in the Crimson City Grotto Heaven felt the earth tremble slightly. Some powerful cultivators even sensed that the Crimson Dragon Spirit vein, which had long been incorporated into the heavenly curtain and earthly network, and had been dormant for a long time, was awakening in the depths of the vast expanse. At that very moment, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed across the earth. What's going on? As the largest power in this area, the core formation cultivators of the Wuki Dao Academy naturally noticed the commotion immediately, but even they could not explain the situation. It's possible that the immortal sects are adjusting the celestial and terrestrial networks in preparation for the upcoming war, which has awakened this spiritual vein in Chicheng Mountain. Jin Baikan spoke up about his thoughts, explaining that they were currently at the deepest part of the Wanbao cave. After all, this is the place closest to the spiritual veins. In fact, it can be said to be the hub that directly connects to the spiritual veins. So after discovering that the fifth-order spiritual vein had been awakened, all the core formation cultivators came here. Teacher Zhuang, have you notified the principal? After hearing this, Deng Dayan turned to Zhuang Jialan and asked politely. The principal is in seclusion and it's not convenient to make a phone call, but I've already sent a text message explaining the situation. I've also notified the relevant departments of the immortal sect, and Sister Zijing is trying to contact Master Yunhai to ask what's going on. Zhuang Jialan explained her response to the matter, and Deng Dayan and the other teachers from the dance academy nodded in agreement. As expected of a professional who has served the principal for nearly a century and managed the affairs of the Zhengfa Hall for decades, he is even more thoughtful than them. Ding ding ding. Just then Zhuang Jialan's phone suddenly rang. When she opened it, her face lit up with surprise and delight. It was the principal. It turns out that the commotion was caused by his breakthrough in spiritual consciousness during his seclusion, as he was preparing to cultivate a second primordial spirit. After Zhuang Jialan finished reading the contents of the text message, the group from Wuki Daeyuan immediately erupted in excitement. Although it is the second primordial spirit, it still has the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. The principal broke through to a higher level after just listening to the divine music. No wonder he has the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, no, an immortal. After Chen Mobai's divine sense broke through, his transformation into a nascent soul cultivator was practically a certainty. In the future, if one wanted to describe his talent, the minimum requirement would be the potential to become an immortal. Some teachers are even racking their brains, trying to find a more fitting word for the qualities of becoming an immortal. Quickly, activate the Academy's grand formation, so that all students stop cultivating and stop competing for the spiritual energy needed for the principal's breakthrough. Also, notify the former principal who is at Wufeng Immortal Mountain, and see if he is free to come and protect the principal. Don't forget about the two patriarchs either. As the new head of teaching after Qi Yucheng, Deng Dayan immediately began to take charge. Zhuang Jialan, without stopping, followed Chen Mobai's instructions and informed the three main halls of the matter. The Hall of Immortal Affairs. Lan Haitian, who was discussing with Gong Ajixu the matter of relocating those nascent soul families from Five Peaks Immortal Mountain and receiving compensation, was stunned on the spot upon receiving this news. As expected of Chun Yang, Gong Ajixu's long sigh brought Lan Haitian back to his senses. How could it be so fast? Lan Haitian originally thought that after he formed his nascent soul, he would at least be able to stay at the same level as Chen Mobai for quite some time. This greatly boosted his confidence as the former #1 genius of the immortal sect. Unexpectedly, while listening to the divine song, Chen Mobai directly went from the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to the 9th level. After the tribulation of death, his divine sense even broke through to the level of the god of deification. What level will become his bottleneck? Practice emptiness. Lan Haitian felt that with Chen Mobai's current talent and the path paved by Bai Guang and Qian Xing, the insurmountable barrier of the void refinement realm could not stop him. Let's go. The third saint of the immortal sect has been born. We must not be impolite. Gong Ajixu spoke again, getting up and walking towards the gate first. Lan Haitian immediately followed, and at the same time made a phone call to arrange a private plane, so that they could rush to Chicheng Cave Heaven as quickly as possible to congratulate the new nascent soul ancestor of the immortal sect. It's not just the Immortal Affairs Hall. In the Hall of Righteous Law, after hearing the news, Wenren Zhu suddenly felt that the tea in her hand no longer tasted good. She and Chen Mobai were once equally famous, and were hailed as the two most likely to become gods in the immortal sect. More than 100 years have passed, and Chen Mobai has made steady progress, realizing his talent and is about to take on the responsibility of the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect. However, through repeated laziness, she completely fell behind. If I work harder, can I be like him? Wenren Zhuwei thought this way, but immediately shook her head. She felt that even if she tried 10 times harder, she would never be able to catch up with Chen Mobai, that freak. The private plane carrying those two from the Immortal Affairs Hall has just taken off. Hall Master, although our Jumeng lineage and Wuki have been allies for 1,000 years, we cannot fall behind at this time. Upon receiving the news, Pei Qingshuang rushed in and spoke to Wenren Zhuwei, who was still leisurely enjoying herself. Okay, prepare a private jet, hand over your work and head to Chicheng Cave Heaven. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying this, Wenren Zhuwei put down her teacup, and then her whole body shone with silver light as she used the void teleportation technique to go to Chicheng Cave Heaven. Seeing this, Pei Qingshuang looked on with envy. Chen Mobai has been learning the void substitute technique, which he comprehended from the Universal Heavenly Book, but progress has been slow due to Qing Xuanjian's reluctance. As Pei Qingshuang turned to leave the Zhengfa Hall, she saw Hua Zijing, who was also rushing out, heading to Chicheng Cave Heaven as well. Since it was a breakthrough for our former leader, we should definitely congratulate him immediately. The military happens to have a starship conducting exercises nearby. At this moment, Zhongli Tianyu also came out of his office in the Law Enforcement Department and told the two women about his mode of transportation. Soon, a colossal aircraft took off from the military base on the outskirts of Wangwu Cave. Chapter 1050, Welcoming the Pure Yang True Monarch Out of Seclusion. Chapter 1050, Welcoming the Pure Yang True Monarch Out of Seclusion. Chen Mobai sat upright beneath the jade tree in the elixir cauldron, feeling the boundless divine consciousness surging forth from the divine seed. The divine consciousness of the ascended master is not only vast, but also contains the knowledge gained from his millennia of cultivation. But much of it was useless and invalid information to Chen Mobai. He was multitasking, refining the essence while quickly skimming through it. What interested him most was the Purple Cloud Taoist book. This is a compilation of true words and Tao patterns obtained by the sages of the ancient Taoist lineage through repeated visits to the Zixao Palace. Although to the immortal sects, it is a wild and disorganized scripture without any beginning or end. But since it comes from Zixia Palace, if one can thoroughly understand it, its value is no less than the 7 heavenly books of the immortal sects. However, in the memories of the ascended sect master, there was only a part of the Purple Cloud Tao book, which was what he had already comprehended. The rest seemed to be like the heavenly book. Even if he had memorized it, what Chen Mobai obtained through the devouring god technique was just a messy and disorderly scribble. However, Chen Mobai found the location of the Purple Cloud Tao scripture in the knowledge of the ascended sect master. It is currently in Lin Daoming's hands. It was previously in the hands of the Ascension cult leader, since for these cult leaders, nothing is safer than their own possession. After joining Lin Daoming's side, this Taoist book was given away as a gift. After noting this down, Chen Mobai began to study the important parts of the knowledge passed down by the Ascension Master. The 6 imperial scriptures, the arts of the spirit realm, the laws of the Dharma realm, the ascension and reincarnation technique, the 9 streams primordial chi method, the true yang record, the dragon and tiger great method, the undying concrete body, the embryo transformation and shape-changing technique, the primordial essence of the universe, the devouring god technique, the flower blooms in an instant, the 7-colored intercepting fortune. These are all contents that the Ascended Master comprehended from the Purple Cloud Tao book. It encompasses almost all the most famous forbidden techniques of the ancient Taoist tradition. This also shows the incredible talent of the ascended cult leader. If one hadn't been impatient and taken a detour, but instead cultivated and advanced within the immortal sect system, one might very well have been able to achieve the divine transformation. The members of the Ascension cult are all humans from the earthly elemental star. Similar to Kong Fiken, if someone has talent and value, they will be given forbidden techniques in advance. Once they grow up, they can remain hidden within the immortal sect if they can, and if they can't, they will leave Earth origin star directly. The Ascended Master, the Dragon and Tiger Ancestor, and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master are all examples of this. Chen Mobai's own path of cultivation was already set. Although these ancient cultivation techniques and forbidden arts came from Zixia Palace, they were only of reference value to him. He focused on the devouring god technique, and with the blessing of the 5 elements of music, he quickly incorporated the ascended sect master's understanding and mastery of this technique into his own. Subsequently, the divine consciousness that surged through the divine seed became even more vast, and it was refined by him even faster. Soon, Chen Mobai's breakthrough in the Purple Mansion Sea of Consciousness was consolidated, and there was no possibility of regression. The second primordial spirit within the Jade Flat Minor world was like a small sun, radiating boundless light. Beneath the jade tree in the elixir cauldron, Chen Mobai scanned all the knowledge of the ascended sect master into the heavenly calculation bead, intending to examine it carefully when he had time in the future. He began to focus most of his mind on the pure yang pearl and started circulating his innate pure yang qi according to the content of the pure yang scroll, transformation of the spirit. Within the precious pearl, Chen Mobai had previously only consumed less than 1% of the innate fire elemental energy he had absorbed and refined. However, under the control and extraction of his divine sense at the nascent soul level today, it finally began to unleash its true potential. Endless flames and intense heat began to scorch Chen Mobai's mind. If it were any other cultivator, even one with a divine sense at the nascent soul level, it would probably take them 10 or even several decades to slowly cultivate and refine these adaptations. However, as a fire spirit, Chen Mobai felt perfectly at home in this environment, as comfortable as if he were in a sauna and sweating profusely. The vast fire elemental energy that was activated was controlled by Chen Mobai, and he began to refine it continuously, using his original innate pure yang energy as the core. His second nascent soul, which originally resembled a child, began to grow rapidly, as if it were beginning to develop. Soon he transformed into a young man with red hair, red eyebrows, and fair skin. Her appearance was exactly the same as Chen Mobai's. However, Chen Mobai still felt the speed was too slow. After all, he had already sensed that many familiar people had come to Chicheng Mountain outside. He immediately activated the 5 elements of music state again, combining the pure Yang scroll and the 1 Yuan Dao scripture for comprehension. With his goal clearly defined, he quickly figured out how to use the fire path fruit to accelerate his progress. Next, Chen Mobai began the verification. With a single flap of its wings, the 5-colored phoenix within his purple mansion sea of consciousness retrieved the 3 Tao fruits that had been consumed by the ascended sect master. The fire element fruit, which best suited Chen Mobai's attributes, transformed into a dazzling red light and flew out from between his eyebrows. The pure Yang scroll also contains the great Tao of fire. Therefore, when his second primordial spirit broke through this time, Chen Mobai decided to focus it on the great Tao of fire from now on. After all, with the Tao fruit, he could easily see his future of cultivating to the peak of the divine transformation stage on this great Tao. Moreover, although the second primordial spirit is also a nascent soul cultivator, its main body has not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, when fighting against a true nascent soul cultivator, it will be at a natural disadvantage because it cannot control the power of the great Tao. However, refining the fire path fruit can make up for this. With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. His second primordial spirit, in the form of a young man, clenched his hands, and the fire element Tao fruit that had flown out from his main body's purple mansion sea of consciousness immediately landed between his palms. The moment he obtained the Tao fruit, Chen Mobai activated the secret technique he had just comprehended using the 5 tones of law, refining it with the 1 Yuan inheritance, but applying it to the pure Yang scroll technique. The second primordial spirit slowly approached the fire path fruit, and the distance between the two grew closer and closer until they finally merged. At this moment, Chen Mobai also became extremely cautious, because although the pure Yang scroll also had the great Tao of fire, this great Tao fruit of fire was the foundation and sublimation of the Red Emperor's universal illumination scripture of the longevity sect. The methods of entering the great Tao of fire were almost identical between the two. However, since the ultimate goal is the same, it is possible to achieve integration based on this. After all, the 1 Yuan True Lord had done it before. He fused the 5 elements Tao fruits and then comprehended and sublimated them to create the primordial Tao fruit. Chen Mobai didn't need to be as amazing as him. He simply fused with one of the fire element Tao fruits. However, this process was extremely difficult. The power of the fire path fruit was extremely domineering, and if one was not careful, the second primordial spirit would be shaken and disturbed. Fortunately, Chen Mobai possessed the power of the 5 tones of music. During the fusion of the fire path fruit and the pure Yang scroll, he found solutions to all the disagreements that arose using the 5 tones of music. At the same time, his will was firm, and his mind was as solid as a rock. Gradually, the fire path fruit began to merge into his second primordial spirit. As the integration deepened, Chen Mobai felt his power increasing rapidly. The fire path fruit eventually entered the space between the eyebrows of the second primordial spirit, forming a fiery red seal, like a constantly flowing magma. The moment the Dharma seal took shape, the aura of the second primordial spirit suddenly broke through the limit, and at this moment, the 5th-order spiritual vein of Chicheng Mountain outside also began to shake like never before. Deep within the Wanbao Cave, all the core formation cultivators from the Wuki Dao Academy, along with Wenren Zuwei who came from Wanggu Cave Heaven, couldn't help but slightly change color as they watched the boiling fiery red liquid and the surging spiritual veins around them. They sensed the terrifying energy contained within. If it were to erupt, it could turn them all to ashes. Should we wait outside? As a weapon refiner, Deng Daoyun had been dealing with fire for many years and was extremely sensitive to these things. He coughed lightly and addressed the crowd. Okay. Everyone immediately agreed. Although they were confident in Chen Mobai's breakthrough, there was no need to take the risk. You guys go up. I can leave at any time using void teleportation. Wenren Zuwei shook her head, looked at the entrance to the jade flat small world above the 5th-tier vermilion fruit tree, which had become crimson and distorted due to the influx of a large amount of fire spiritual energy, and decided to stay. "Then I'll stay with the palace master." Zhuang Jialin also spoke up. She believed that Chen Mobai would definitely succeed, so there was no need to worry about the spiritual veins going out of control. Hearing her words, those who originally wanted to leave hesitated. Wenren Zuwei saw their concerns and waved her hand, ordering them to leave. "Zhao Zhuang, you should come along too. If any nascent soul cultivators come and want to come down, let them come down. Everyone below the nascent soul level should leave." Wenren Zuwei's words gave everyone a way out. Deng Dayun and the others immediately left one after another. Qin Baikan, who had been guarding this place for over 100 years, was also given a rare break. Just as they arrived, a private plane landed at Chicheng Cave Heavens Airport. Gong Jixu and Lan Haitian did not go through the disembarkation procedures. Instead, they used void walking and teleported several times before heading towards Chicheng Mountain. But as they approached, they discovered that the power of the void here had become extremely hot, as if it had been influenced by another great Tao, and that using the void walk required several times more true energy than before. This shocked them even more. This means that Chen Mobai has not only cultivated a second primordial spirit, but has even begun to comprehend the power of the great Tao. Thinking about this, they became even more eager. Soon, they teleported to the entrance of the Dance Weapon Academy. Because of Chen Mobai's breakthrough, the Great Formation of Chicheng Mountain has been activated, so they cannot teleport directly into it. Lan Haitian immediately called Zhuang Jialan, who had just come out of Wanbao Cave, and came to greet him right away. "I apologize, Your Highnesses." When Zhuang Jialan walked out of the Great Formation, she looked apologetic at Gong Jixu and Lan Haitian. After all, given their status, they would be greeted with a red carpet wherever they went, except for the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. "This is the first time I've had to wait at the door." "Not at all, it is the place where Master Chunyang cultivates after all, so it is only right that we wait a while," Gong Jixu said very politely. But soon, he and Lan Haitian discovered that, after Zhuang Jialan activated the Grand Formation, she did not immediately take them inside. Several nascent soul cultivators will also be arriving soon. Zhuang Jialan explained, but before she could finish speaking, a large shadow suddenly loomed over the sky. When they looked up, they saw a huge warship that could almost cover the entire Chicheng Mountain flying in from the northern sky. However, as it approached Mount Chicheng, the starship stopped and did not get close. Then, several beams of spiritual light flew out from it and arrived at the gate of the Dance Weapon Academy. "Greetings, Hall Master Gong and Vice Hall Master Lan. It is our Hall of Righteous Law that is late." Pei Qingshuang led Zhongli Tianyu and the others from the Zhengfa Hall to bow to Gong Jixu and the other person. "I suppose Lord Wenren is already inside." Seeing that Wenren Zuwei was not among the group in the Zhengfa Hall, Lan Haitian realized that she knew the void teleportation technique and guessed the truth. Pei Qingshuang smiled slightly and nodded gently. At this moment, two more nascent soul spiritual lights teleported in. It turned out to be Venerable Chengxuan and Venerable Yungsu, who were supposed to be in seclusion on Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Upon hearing the news, both of them rushed over using the void teleportation technique. After mastering the divine song of startling gods, Master Yungsu also mastered this technique. "Venerable ones, please follow me." Seeing that all the nascent soul cultivators she had contacted had arrived, Zhuang Jialan immediately guided everyone into the formation. But at this moment, the entire Akagi Mountain suddenly began to tremble, seemingly because there was a powerful being within the mountain that could not bear its weight. This scene shocked all the nascent soul cultivators present, because they had already sensed that a terrifying being, almost as radiant as the sun, had emerged from the core of Mount Chicheng and risen into the world. "Pure Yang, it's done." Master Chengxuan said excitedly that his cultivation path was also related to the fire element, and among all the nascent soul cultivators, he was the closest to the divine transformation stage, so he was most sensitive to this. Gong Ajixu remained silent and immediately used his void-walking ability to head towards the Myriad Treasures cave. Lan Haitian immediately followed. Immediately afterwards, Yuan Su and Pei Qing Shuang also realized what was happening. Although Chen Mobai has lived in the immortal sect for many years and rarely goes out, spending most of his time in seclusion, his personality is already well known to everyone. In my youth, I was flamboyant and outspoken. After assuming a high position, he became indifferent to managing affairs, ambitious and fond of hearing flattery. In this respect, he is very similar to the White Light ancestor. One can only say that they are indeed a couple. If I could appear before him immediately after his breakthrough, it would surely make him very happy, and he might even remember it. Only Master Chengxuan remained unhurried. Within the Jade Flat Minor realm, Chen Mobai has completely integrated the Fire Path fruit into his second primordial spirit, and his original boyish appearance has also changed accordingly. The five-tone scale did not disappoint him. The idea was a success. The moment the Fire Path fruit and the Pure Yang scroll combined, Chen Mobai's mind became clearer and sharper than ever before. He was suddenly able to sense every wisp of fire spiritual energy in the Jade Flat small world. Even the fifth-order spiritual vein outside the small world, under the Red City Mountain, and all the flames on the land nourished by this spiritual vein, clearly appeared in his mind. The second primordial spirit now appears as a young man in his prime. This was even more mature than his original body, but Chen Mobai's face showed joy, because this meant that his second primordial spirit had completely surpassed his original body and truly stepped into the realm of the God transformation. It's not just fifth-order power and fifth-order divine sense, but even fifth-order realm. Faint flame-like spiritual patterns appeared on his fair skin. With each breath, he could cause the fifth-order spiritual veins of Chicheng Mountain to vibrate. With each breath, he could absorb the vast fire spiritual energy that a nascent soul cultivator could only refine after years of arduous cultivation. Feeling the power of his second primordial spirit after it refined the Fire Path fruit and entered his body, which was at least dozens of times stronger than his original body, Chen Mobai truly understood the difference between the nascent soul and the divine transformation stage. This is a world of difference. In this state, Chen Mobai sensed the eternally existing great Tao of fire between heaven and earth. However, his realm had not yet reached the point of stepping into the great Tao, so he could only wander outside of it. The cultivation of a nascent soul true Lord involves using a long period of time to allow one's primordial spirit to adapt to the aura of the great Tao, and then trying various methods to extract some of the power of the great Tao. Just like swimming, when you can't swim at first, you can try swimming on the shore. After you can swim, you can first enter the water in a place where the power of the great Tao is gentle. As your realm improves, you can go to the great rivers and even the ocean with huge waves. This is the conventional method of cultivating to the nascent soul stage, but Chen Mobai has a shortcut. He activated the secret technique of the One Yuan Dao Palace, using the fire element Dao fruit as an anchor point to draw down the power of the fire element Dao between heaven and earth. Then, without fear, he rode his second primordial spirit into it. In an instant, the second primordial spirit was engulfed in a shimmering, glass-like flame, as if it had entered a sea of fire. Even with his fire spirit body, Chen Mobai, at his level, could have suffered a setback, possibly even being severely damaged due to his inability to withstand the impact of the great Tao. But the Fire Path fruit was like a small boat, carrying his second primordial spirit, roaming on the fire path. This is the function of the Tao fruit. Nascent soul cultivators can only utilize less than 1/10,000th of the power of a Tao fruit by refining it, while deity transformation cultivators can make the most of the power of the Tao fruit. After all, this is something that only cultivators at the void refinement stage can leave behind, and those at the void refinement stage are beings who have directly stepped into the great Tao and begun to control it. With the protection of the fire path fruit, Chen Mobai slowly stretched out his hand and probed into the fire path. At the moment of contact with the Great Way, the second primordial spirit's palm began to ignite with crimson flames. The burning pain, which he had never felt since obtaining the fire spirit body, surged into Chen Mobai's consciousness once again. During this process, the contents and mysteries of the great Tao of Fire and the pure Yang scroll began to emerge in his mind, and his realm began to advance by leaps and bounds. Chen Mobai's physical body was also affected, radiating a fiery red light. He was slowly cleansed by the aftershocks of the great Tao's power, and a mysterious change began to occur. Although his physical cultivation level was still at the peak of the pure Yang nascent soul stage, the passive skill of pure Yang body refinement was suddenly enhanced under the blessing of the second nascent soul transformation stage. His original peak fourth-tier longevity body suddenly began to show signs of breakthrough under this state. He took out the several strands of Azure Emperor longevity true Qi that he had previously stored from the spirit sealing tube, and, following the method provided by the 5 tones of law, injected them into some of the most critical acupoints and bone marrow in his body. The longevity body was instantly amplified, as if a fire had been kindled, and began to continuously merge with true energy, opening portals within Chen Mobai's body to accommodate life force. The power of life is omnipresent in the universe. After the portals to his body were opened, these vital energies began to seep into Chen Mobai's body, elevating and enriching his physique. Chen Mo used the heaven and earth crowd crown to quickly see that at this rate, it would take him about 2 jiazi, 60 years, to completely master the longevity technique. This is because the life force floating in the atmosphere on the side of the immortal sect is very thin, even if he can sense it with the sound of an empty valley and absorb and refine it as quickly as possible. However, there are quite a few ways to solve this problem. The most suitable one was the one that the One Yuan True Lord used back then. This ascended cultivator directly absorbed the essence of the spiritual plant, greatly shortening the time required. The reason why there are spiritual trees and plants everywhere in Giant Tree Ridge is because of this. Chen Mobai thought of the 3 divine trees in the divine tree secret realm, and the heavenly venerable branches nurtured within the great Tao tree. If one absorbs this, one can probably master the art of immortality in the shortest possible time. However, whether or not this can be done will require further study and preparation, using methods such as the Tongshan Jilu 5 tones. With this in mind, Chen Mobai also stopped practicing the longevity technique, because he had already sensed that almost everyone outside had arrived. The second primordial spirit, which was attempting to cultivate the great Tao of Fire with the help of the Tao fruit, stopped at his will. He smiled slightly, his true form still seated beneath the alchemy tree, opening the portal to the Jade Plain's small world, and stepping out with his second primordial spirit. Wanbao Cave. The nascent soul cultivators who had already arrived suddenly saw the distortion of the void above the vermilion fruit tree stop, and then a portal more than 10 meters high split open from the middle, slowly opening to both sides. A burst of fiery spiritual light swept over them, making everyone present feel their breath scorching. Pei Qingshuang and Lan Haitian, whose cultivation was relatively weak, even had to activate their own true energy to form a protective spiritual light. Have you cleared customs? This thought crossed everyone's mind, and they all looked up at the sky with the utmost respect. The moment the void portal opened completely, the surrounding lava flow boiled to its limit and suddenly transformed into 9 fiery dragons, soaring towards the sky above the vermilion fruit tree. A handsome young man with red hair and eyebrows, a flame mark between his brows, and crimson spiritual patterns shimmering on his skin stepped out. Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit, draped in a pure Yang immortal robe, had its flame patterns on the cuffs and collar transformed into fiery dragons after being blessed by the fire path Tao fruit. However, this is only in form. A real fire dragon is still needed to complete it. Such conditions from the immortal sect are definitely impossible. However, Chen Mobai could use a magma fire dragon as a substitute. Under the control of his vast and powerful divine sense, 9 fire dragons formed from magma surged towards the pure Yang immortal robe, illuminating the originally empty flame spirit patterns, and giving it a semblance of the nine-fire dragon pure yang immortal robe's grandeur. "Hey, what are you all doing in the treasure cave?" Chen Mobai stepped out of the jade flat small realm and saw Chengshuan and the others on the Black Island at the very center of the myriad treasures cave. He pretended to be surprised and spoke. "Welcome back, pure yang true lord, upon your emergence from seclusion." Gongai Jixu was the first to put his hands together and offer his congratulations to Chen Mobai in midair, using the ancient ritual. Chapter 1051. With a wave of his sleeve, stars vanished. Chapter 1051. With a wave of his sleeve, stars vanished. "Welcome back, pure yang true lord, upon your emergence from seclusion." After Gongai Jixu, the other nascent soul cultivators present also showed great respect, bowing to Chen Mobai in the ancient rites. Even Venerable Chengshuan was no exception. His eyes were full of satisfaction and relief. Previously, Venerable Chengshuan had some concerns about taking the step of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. After all, at his current age, taking this step would mean risking everything. It's all or nothing. But he was still somewhat worried about the dance weapon lineage, since apart from Chen Mobai, none of the other nascent soul cultivators in their lineage were trained by their own lineage. If he fails, all the burdens will fall on Chen Mobai's shoulders, which he feels somewhat guilty about. Moreover, this could potentially hinder Chen Mobai's cultivation. But things are different now. With the second primordial spirit formed, as long as Chen Mobai's main body accumulates enough innate pure yang energy, the transformation of the nascent soul into a divine spirit is almost a certainty. At this moment, Master Chengshuan felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders, and his mind suddenly became carefree and relaxed. "You are too kind, everyone. I have only cultivated my second primordial spirit and am not yet a true nascent soul cultivator. I am not worthy of the title of true lord." As Chen Mobai stepped out of the jade flat minor realm, he waved his sleeve and calmly landed in front of everyone. An invisible and vast power surged out, causing all the nascent soul cultivators present to involuntarily stand up and withdraw their ancient rituals. The moment he landed, the previously boiling fifth-order spiritual vein and the churning magma around him became completely calm, as if pressed down by a giant hand. Having personally experienced Chen Mobai's power, coupled with the scene of him suppressing others with a mere gesture, Gongai Jixu and the others no longer had any doubts. The pure yang true lord is humble, but etiquette must not be disregarded. At a time of great turmoil and upheaval in the immortal sects, your breakthrough will bring us new hope. In the upcoming war to open up Pluto, only you can lead us to victory in this life-or-death battle, and allow the immortal sect to advance to a higher level. Gongai Jixu truly lived up to his title as the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Even Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel impressed by the level of his words. That hit the nail on the head. If it weren't for the future of the immortal sect, given his personality, he would have kept the matter of cultivating a second primordial spirit extremely low-key, only letting a few close friends and relatives know about it. There was no way he would have made such a noisy spectacle. Rest assured, everyone, I received education from the immortal sect from a young age, and I owe everything I have today to their cultivation. I know that with great power comes great responsibility. During the tribulation of death, I was acutely aware of my own low cultivation level and could only watch helplessly as Ancestor Kaingsing sacrificed himself. At that time, I vowed in my heart that I would never experience this feeling of powerlessness again. So after returning to Chicheng Mountain, I began to cultivate diligently. With an unexpected opportunity, I finally made a breakthrough today, cultivating my second primordial spirit and even comprehending the great Tao of fire. But the power of one more nascent soul cultivator is probably still not enough to deal with a formidable enemy like Pluto. You are all talented individuals from the immortal sects, just like me. Faced with such a life-or-death matter, I hope you can all strive to cultivate and reach higher realms. Chen Mobai has been the head of the Zhengfa Hall for many years for a reason. Although he has not done much, he has said a lot of high-sounding words. Of course, he has been interested in these things since he was a child, and has been fantasizing about this scene since he was a kid. The three hall masters of the entire immortal sect were all in front of him, listening to his instructions. At that moment, all his dreams came true. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will certainly live up to your expectations. Gong Ajixu took the lead and responded to Chen Mobai's words with a solemn expression. At this moment, another nascent soul light teleported here, and after the silver light dissipated, Yi Yun's figure was revealed. When Chen Mobai saw her, although his expression remained unchanged, he had already made a mental note of it. She arrived last, which was a bit disrespectful to him, the pure Yang True Lord. Please forgive my lateness, venerable master, True Lord. When Yi Yun saw that the nascent soul cultivators from the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Righteous Law Hall were already present, and that she was the last to arrive, she immediately thought to herself that she was in a bad mood and almost misspoke when she bowed. Not at all. Kaiyuan Hall is responsible for overseeing all departments of the entire immortal sect. Hall Master, ye must be very busy with official duties. In the future, you will need to find a capable assistant to help you share the burden. Chen Mobai smiled and said to Yi Yun, and Gong Ajixu and the others, being shrewd, all understood the subtext of his words. It seems that after Yi Yun, the next master of Kaiyuan Palace will not be from the Kunpeng lineage. As for who will ultimately take the position, it will definitely be someone from the Wuqi lineage. Gong Ajixu and Wenren Zuwei exchanged a glance, both thinking of the same person. The daughter of pure, Yang True Lord and White Light Ancestor. It is said that he has been gaining experience in local areas for a long time, and it is time for him to return and take on important responsibilities. Between the exchange of glances, the two, who were initially somewhat hostile, suddenly reached a consensus. The True Lord's teachings are correct. Yi had no choice but to bow her head and accept the scolding when facing Chen Mobai, who had already cultivated his second primordial spirit. After receiving the news, she did not rush over directly like the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Righteous Law Hall. Instead, she first went to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain to pay her respects to Qi Yuheng and report the matter. Qi Yuheng was overjoyed by this, and even instructed Yi Yun that in the future, she would no longer need to report any matters, large or small, of the immortal sect to him, but could directly inform Chen Yang and let him make the decisions. After all, the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain has now sealed the incarnation of the god of death, and Qi Yuheng, as the only human god-level being in the immortal sect, dares not leave at any time. In preparation for the next war, Qi Yuheng also wanted to go into seclusion to cultivate and see if he could reach a higher level. Therefore, Chen Mobai's successful cultivation of his second primordial spirit was incredibly good news for him. Yi Yun arrived at Chicheng Mountain quite late, after leaving Qi Yuheng's Jixian Peak. However, she was from a prestigious school after all. When she arrived here, just like Gong Ajixu and the others, she sensed the stagnation in her movement through the void and knew that Chen Mobai had not only cultivated a second primordial spirit, but was even comprehending the power of the Great Tao. It should be noted that Qi Yuheng had only just begun to achieve this after decades of cultivation. By making this comparison, one can see that the pure Yang True Lord before us truly deserves to be called the #1 genius in the history of the immortal sect. He is probably the second void refinement expert in the immortal sect after Bai Guang. Thinking about it this way, Yi Yun, who was always proud, no longer had any temper when facing Chen Mobai. Everyone, since you're all here, I'll take this opportunity to share my insights on comprehending the Great Tao of Fire after my breakthrough. I hope you can draw parallels and compare them with the nascent soul path you saw in the divine song. Seeing that Yi Yun, who had always disliked him, was no longer arguing, Chen Mobai instantly felt a bit bored. However, he still extended an invitation to the nascent soul cultivators present, following ancient etiquette. Thank you for bestowing the Tao upon me, True Lord. After hearing this, everyone once again performed the ancient ritual to express their gratitude. Please take them to the conference room at the Taoist temple, Senior Brother Chengshuan. I have a small matter to attend to and will be back shortly. Chen Mobai spoke to Master Chengshuan, who nodded and waved his hand, leading everyone to fly out of the Wanbao cave. Since they didn't know the exact location, none of them used the ability to travel through the void, and they followed Master Chengshuan away. Chen Mobai, however, flashed with silver light and disappeared from the spot. When he left, all the nascent soul cultivators felt relaxed all over, as if they had been freed from restraints, and even felt a little cool. They all felt that this was because Chen Mobai had just broken through and had not yet fully mastered his second primordial spirit, or even the power of the fire Dao. No one expected, nor dared to imagine, that Chen Mobai did it on purpose. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai's figure had already passed through the atmosphere of the Earth star and landed in the cosmic starry sky. Following the connection between the divine seeds, he easily arrived at the hiding place of the ascended cult leader. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, the Xuan Yang divine light descended, easily breaking through a defensive formation that was nearly at the 5th rank. Looking at the corpse of the ascended sect master within the great formation, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Because this is Yang Jing's body. Unfortunately, the moment he left the immortal sect, he had already fallen into an irreversible dead end. The greatest responsibility for this tragedy naturally lies with Kong Feiken. He thought he had found a way to save Yang Jing, but in reality, he pushed Yang Jing into hell with his own hands. However, Kong Feiken's fate was not much better. Through the memories of the ascended sect master, Chen Mobai also learned that he had been possessed by the dragon-tiger ancestor. After all, both of them possessed the essence of fetal transformation, which was the most superior resource for breaking through realms in this barren land of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai could only sigh at this. For their sake, Qing Nu, with her heavenly spiritual root talent, did not hesitate to join the Heaven Mending group, hoping to get news of her younger siblings as soon as possible in this secret department that was in conflict with the Ascension sect leader. However, when it came to nascent soul cultivators, even the 3 hall masters were powerless at that time. After Chen Mobai took power, he repeatedly ordered the Patching Sky group to investigate Yang Jing and Kong Feiken's information, intending to personally bring them back after finding their whereabouts. But after being possessed, neither of them were the same as before. Even if they could be saved, they would all be empty shells like they are now. However, Chen Mobai still took action to collect Yang Jing's body, intending to take it back to Qing Nu. Over the years, Qing Nu had long been mentally prepared for Kong Feiken and Yang Jing's demise. This news might sadden her, but it would certainly motivate her to work even harder. After all, the mastermind behind it all is still alive. Both the dragon and tiger ancestor Yan Xinji and Lin Daoming were the culprits who caused the tragic lives of the 3 of them. Chen Mobai felt that Qing Nu should have a motivation to cultivate. These 2 are lucky to be alive. Of course, if Chen Mobai had encountered these 2 earlier, he wouldn't have hesitated to take action. After taking out the pure Yang cauldron and storing Yang Jing's corpse, Chen Mobai went to several locations from the Ascension Master's memories. There were many followers of the Ascension cult here. His powerful divine sense descended and instantly enveloped the entire planet. After confirming that there were no innocent people, he waved his sleeve expressionlessly. The flame-shaped spirit patterns on his cuffs suddenly lit up, transforming into a crimson fire dragon circling the starry sky, descending upon the planet with a terrifying aura of world destruction. 1 nascent soul cultivator and a dozen or so core formation stage cultists rose into the sky, attempting to stop them. However, when the crimson dragon opened its mouth and exhaled its breath, they were all turned to ashes. In a secluded base, the dragon-tiger ancestor, who was frowning, suddenly changed his expression, and blood spilled from his 7 orifices. Not good. The dragon-tiger ancestor realized that his avatar, which had been left on the planet of the Ascension sect's headquarters, had suddenly and completely disappeared, and an unprecedented fear flashed through his heart. Only a nascent soul cultivator can annihilate someone in an instant. It seems that the fact that the ascended sect leader used the devouring god technique to eat Chen Mobai has been exposed, which has angered the two nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. It's unclear whether it was Qi Yuheng or Shui Xian who made the move. But no matter who it is, none of them are people that the dragon tiger ancestor can resist. Without any hesitation, he packed up the most important items from this secret base and headed towards Lin Dayaming's location. Above the planet, dragon breath, like meteors from outer space, crashed down, creating one massive mushroom cloud after another. This hidden stronghold of the Ascension cult, with all its resources, defenses, and sins, was reduced to nothing by the purification of the flames. However, Chen Mobai knew that the cultists of the Ascension sect were not very skilled in other areas, but they were good at escaping. To prevent anyone from escaping, he used his divine sense to control his sword and activated the Yuan Yang sword technique. With his current power, he could already unleash this sword technique to its pinnacle. The most powerful Yuan Yang sword in the pure Yang set rose from above his head, transforming into a golden ray of light that descended, cleaving through the planet's crust. Then, a fiery dragon, spitting flames in the sky, was driven by him into the depths of the earth, crashing straight into its core. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling firework appeared in the cosmos. The Ascension sect's headquarters, which had been cultivated for 1,000 years, was thus reduced to cosmic dust by Chen Mobai's extraordinary abilities. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt that his progress bar for viewing the 9 virtues had increased significantly. He watched the fireworks of the exploding planet finally fade into oblivion, before nodding in satisfaction and turning to head towards the next hiding place in the memories of the ascended cult leader. That was a spaceship that was sunk and stranded by extraterrestrial forces during the Age of War. This was also one of the secret experimental bases of the dragon and tiger ancestor. It contains various equipment stolen from the immortal sects, as well as experimental materials. When Chen Mobai arrived, he discovered that some of the most crucial people and things were gone. He asked some of the cultists who had stayed behind to die, and found that when he destroyed the planet, the dragon tiger ancestor who had been left there suddenly coughed up blood. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly packed his things and left. Chen Mobai recalled the nascent soul cultivator he had casually wiped out at the Ascension sect master's headquarters. It seemed as if the cultivator had no human aura. It is estimated to be a puppet body of the dragon tiger ancestor. You're lucky. After learning this, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve and arrested all the Ascension sect cultivators present. These people are all talented individuals who assist the dragon tiger ancestor in conducting various experiments, and the fact that they were able to bring out so much equipment from the immortal sect indicates that they must have had insiders cooperating with them. Capturing them back will allow the immortal sects to conduct a massive internal purge before waging war. After dealing with the people, Chen Mobai looked at the starship that had been transformed into an experimental base by the dragon tiger ancestor. He thought of the 5 Elements sect's armory in the eastern wilderness, which could not produce war artifacts that satisfied him. He couldn't help but have an idea, so he opened his domain and put it in. He then dealt with the remaining bases of the Ascension cult. However, it seems that they had all been notified by the dragon tiger ancestor. When he arrived, only some unimportant small fry remained. After turning them and their territory to ashes with a wave of his hand, Chen Mobai remembered that there were still nascent soul cultivators in the 3 main halls of the Dance Weapon Academy waiting for him to preach, so he teleported back. After he left, Lin Dayaming, along with Ancestor Longhu and Master Shen Yuxuan, went to the headquarters of the Ascension sect to investigate. Where is the planet? The Divine Imperial Pavilion Master stared wide-eyed at the suddenly vanished headquarters, while the dragon tiger ancestor beside him gasped in shock. A nascent soul cultivator intervened and annihilated the planet. Lin Dayaming sensed the remaining traces of the fire element Dao in the void, and his expression turned solemn. Who made the move? Was it the 2 old immortal masters or the 2 new ones? Master Longhu suppressed his inner panic. If he had retreated any later, he would probably be a corpse by now. The divine Imperial Pavilion Master beside him had the same expression. He had even more avatars in his base camp, all of whom were at the core formation stage, but they too lost contact with him in an instant. After the deaths of those to whom he had planted divine seeds, his divine consciousness was severely damaged, and his purple mansion sea of consciousness is still throbbing and on the verge of bursting. It wasn't them. Lin Daoming shook his head, his brows furrowed. If Kaingsing and Baiguang were still alive in the immortal sect, it wouldn't be surprising if they could have accomplished this. However, the great Tao of Fire was not something these two cultivated and comprehended. When Lin Daoming was the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, he had many exchanges with Qi Yuheng of the Kaiyuan Hall and Shui Xian of the Zhengfa Hall, so he naturally knew that the two of them did not follow this path. Moreover, it wasn't that Lin Daoming looked down on Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian, but rather that he knew that with their cultivation levels of only a few decades after reaching the nascent soul stage, they couldn't possibly annihilate a planet in such a short time. After analyzing all the information in his mind, Lin Daoming quickly came to a shocking conclusion. A new nascent soul cultivator had appeared in the immortal sect. Moreover, this nascent soul cultivator had just broken through and was already comprehending the great Tao of Fire. Looking at all the nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, Lin Daoming instantly identified the two who best fit the criteria: Wang Chengshuan and Chen Mobai, who belonged to the same lineage of dance weaponry. Logically speaking, Wang Chengshuan should have broken through and achieved the divine transformation. But for some reason, Lin Daoming instinctively felt that even if Wang Chengshuan was capable of transforming into a god, he couldn't do such a thing. He recalled the scene of Chen Mobai's sudden enlightenment from the 7th to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage under the influence of the divine Song of Shock. He also remembered Chen Mobai's bravery in daring to draw his sword even when facing death, a void refinement incarnation. A thought that even he found hard to believe flashed through his mind. That pure Yang master must have already reached the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, both the Dragon Tiger Ancestor and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master were shocked. Didn't the sect leader try to use the Devouring God technique on him? How come he's the one who broke through instead? Did he fail? The Divine Imperial Pavilion Master looked utterly bewildered. As an expert in the Devouring God technique, he knew this technique best. He couldn't understand how someone with the accumulated experience of 3 lifetimes and 1,000 years of cultivation as an ascended sect master could fail against Chen Mobai, who had only cultivated for less than 200 years. This is someone with great fortune. Lin Daoming narrowed his eyes, recalling the legend that during every great calamity, a person of great fortune would be born. The fortune of the earthly star had long since declined to its lowest point, but after it attracted Pluto and the three-eyed star, it seemed to sense the instinctive crisis, which may have given birth to the extraordinary genius Chen Mobai to face the tribulation. Among the 3,000 demonic paths, there is also a heavenly demon who cultivates and seizes destiny. It is even one of the 72 phases of the demon lord. Thinking of this, a hint of greed flashed through Lin Daoming's mind. If he could devour and refine Chen Mobai, his formless heavenly demon path would definitely reach a higher level. Venerable One, what should we do next? Upon learning that Chen Mobai might have already reached the divine realm, both the Dragon Tiger Ancestor and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master trembled with fear. The planet before them, now reduced to cosmic dust, made them realize that this man's bloodthirstiness was completely different from that of the other nascent soul true monarchs of the immortal sect. If Chen Mobai is determined to hunt them down, the 2 nascent soul cultivators could potentially die in the universe due to insufficient spiritual energy. Just follow me. Even if he has entrusted his primordial spirit to me and transformed his sword into a divine form, it's still uncertain who will emerge victorious against my true demonic body. Lin Daoming said with a confident expression. After looking at his body, which resembled a true locust of the earth element, the Dragon Tiger Ancestor and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master felt somewhat relieved. They exchanged a glance, and then nodded with bitter expressions. In the conference room of building number 1 of the Wuki Dao Academy, Wenren Zhu naturally replaced Zhuang Jialan and Hua Zijing, who were originally helping to brew tea, and began to demonstrate her tea ceremony to the nascent soul cultivators present. His fluid and skillful technique drew continuous praise from the audience. As cups of hot tea were placed before everyone, just as Wenren Zhuwei was about to speak, an invisible oppressive pressure suddenly appeared. Then, a flash of silver light appeared, and Chen Mobai, a young man with red hair and red eyebrows, landed in the main seat. "Sorry, I wasted some time dealing with the Ascension sect," Chen Mobai said apologetically, explaining why he left. Then he took the tea that Wenren Zhu handed him with both hands and drank it all in one gulp. "Not at all, not at all. It's not that we, the lower-level people, have to trouble you with your work. We haven't done our job well enough." Gong Ajixu immediately spoke up, prompting everyone except Wenren Zhuwei and Pei Qingshuang to nod in agreement. The matter of ascending to the position of sect leader falls under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Mending Group, which is a department under the Hall of Righteous Law. Doesn't this mean that the two of them are incompetent? Wenren Zhu glared at Gong Ajixu. The tacit understanding they had just reached over Chen Ziohe vanished instantly, and she lost all interest in pouring him tea. "This is also my fault. After all, I was the former lord of the Righteous Law Hall, and even the leader of the Heaven Mending Group before. I failed to completely eradicate this malignant tumor of the Ascension sect leader during my tenure, which was a serious dereliction of duty." Chen Mobai took the initiative to speak up, taking the blame upon himself to help Wenren Zhuwei out of the predicament. "True Lord, you are mistaken. If we were to calculate it that way, wouldn't the previous leaders of the Righteous Law Hall bear even greater responsibility? Your actions in eliminating the Ascension sect leader are a great achievement." Gong Ajixu's art of speaking was highly praised by Chen Mobai. As expected of a shrewd person who has been working in the 3 great halls for 200 or 300 years, his abilities in this area are even more impressive than Ying Guanghua's. Thinking of his old rival Ying Guanghua, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. After the ordeal with the Grim Reaper, Qi Yuhang also investigated Lin Daoming, who had disguised himself as Ying Guanghua, and discovered that he had disappeared. Besides him, there was also Chen Chun, who had come down the mountain to perform the shocking divine song. Although the two were listed as missing in their files, it was generally believed that their chances of survival were slim, and they might even be dead. Although Chen Mobai and Ying Guanghua were rivals and hostile to each other when they were in the 3 main halls. But at that time, the two were on opposing sides. In fact, Chen Mobai quite admired Ying Guanghua. If he were still alive and knew that he had cultivated a second primordial spirit, he would probably be just as submissive to me as Yi Yun. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai sighed again. Why did the true Lord sigh? Seeing him like this, Gong Ajixu asked. Seeing Lord Gongai reminds me of your predecessor, Lord Ying. If he were still alive, he might have already taken the step of nascent soul under the influence of the divine song. Everyone just listened to Chen Mobai's words. The path to becoming a nascent soul is incredibly difficult. Only a prodigious genius like him could achieve it. Ying Guanghua's aptitude, though top tier in the history of the immortal sects, would likely require an additional divine spark from the dragon god star to achieve the divine transformation realm. However, if Chen Mobai says so, everyone will surely agree. After reminiscing, Ying Guanghua's image suddenly seemed much more imposing. Even though he believed his opponent was dead, Chen Mobai still held him in high regard. Next, he began to explain his experience in cultivating his second primordial spirit. The crucial fire path fruit cannot be discussed. The 5 tones of music should be understood through listening to amazing and divine music. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment before attributing his breakthrough in spiritual consciousness to his exceptional talent, and at most, to his comprehension of all realms of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram and his thorough understanding of the Phoenix Script Heavenly Book. After all, using the Devouring God technique to consume the Ascended Master's millennia of accumulated knowledge, and achieve a breakthrough is inconsistent with his genius persona. Chen Mobai's success today is entirely due to his talent and hard work. Various opportunities provided only a little bit of help. After the sermon was completed, exclamations of praise rang out in the conference room. Everyone believed in these words. After all, Chen Mobai's cultivation to his current level and his trajectory within the immortal sect were clearly traceable. Whether it was the core formation, the nascent soul formation, or even the current nascent soul transformation, none of them had ever asked the immortal sects for any resources. It was all his own sweat. End of this chapter. Chapter 1052, Activating the Immortal Sects Foundation. Chapter 1052, Activating the Immortal Sects Foundation. All of you have reached such a level of cultivation in the immortal sect, and you are all undoubtedly geniuses. Having listened to the divine melody, you theoretically all have the opportunity to attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. I hope my experience can bring you some inspiration, but ultimately, it still depends on your own comprehension and efforts. Facing the nascent soul cultivators present, Chen Mobai concluded with these words of summary. Everyone stood up and bowed to him with solemn expressions to express their gratitude. May I ask, true Lord, are you planning to move to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain next, or continue to oversee the Dance Weapon Academy? Finally, Gong Ajiksu asked another question. This is a very crucial matter for their three main halls. Because if they were on Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, the three main halls would be right under Chen Mobai's nose, and they would probably have to ask for his permission and report to him for everything they did. I still need to discuss this matter with true Lord Yuheng. After all, the god of death is sealed there, so it would be best if the two of us took turns going to Five Peaks Immortal Mountain to oversee it. Chen Mobai briefly explained his thoughts, and everyone nodded in agreement. It would be too much of a strain on Qi Yuheng to have him stay in charge alone for an extended period of time. There was no other way before, but now that Chen Mobai has cultivated a second primordial spirit, he is very willing to share this responsibility. However, it would be best to wait until his physical body has also reached the divine realm. In this way, both the Eastern Wilderness and the immortal sect can be taken care of. Right now, Chen Mobai still wants to stay and oversee things at Chicheng Mountain, since the Eastern Wilderness will soon be opened up for development. Moreover, now that he has cultivated his second primordial spirit, it's time to clean up the area around the Five Elements sect. After bidding farewell to Chen Mobai, the nascent soul cultivators from the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall left the Dance Weapon Academy first. Those in the Zhengfa Hall stayed for a while. After all, they were Chen Mobai's own people, and Hua Zijing and Zhongli Tianyu hadn't been back to the academy for a long time. They were planning to stay for a few days since they had come all this way. Please, both of you. Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit spoke politely to Chengshuan Shangren and Yuangsu Shangren, and then they simultaneously flashed with silver light and used the void great teleportation to go to the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. Chen Mobai's main body remained at Chicheng Mountain, where he studied the knowledge of the Ascension Sect Master, while releasing the Ascension Sect cultivators he had captured and handing them over to Zhongli Tianyu. As the head of the Law Enforcement Department, Zhongli Tianyu immediately called Lin Yin, the leader of the Patching Sky Group, and asked her to take the lead in setting up a special task force among several departments to interrogate these people. You should also pay attention to this matter. I have wiped out the main base and lower-level cultivators of the Ascension Sect, but the old fogies like the Dragon Tiger Ancestor and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master are still alive. The Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array has not yet been completely rearranged, so someone might resort to desperate measures. Chen Mobai spoke to Wenren Zuwei, who nodded to indicate that she understood. Qiuyer, you take charge of this matter. I will also mobilize the military to cooperate. This time we will definitely be able to weed out a lot of parasites. After receiving a signal from Chen Mobai, Wenren Zuwei understood that this matter was not easy to handle. In the previous era of Kaingsing Beiguang, in order to avoid internal complacency and corruption, the Ascension sect was left as an external enemy. Now that the immortal sect is about to face its most devastating war in history, it's time to eliminate this cancer. With the decree of Chen Mobai, a nascent soul true lord, the righteous law hall dares to take action against anyone, even the direct descendants of the four major academies. Of course, the most important thing is your own cultivation. When I was young, I swept through the immortal sects and was invincible. Only you can be my equal. You are a worthy opponent, a potential nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, I hope that you will be one of the future nascent soul true monarchs of the immortal sects. Finally, Chen Mobai thought of Wenren Zuwei's lazy personality and felt that she was wasting her talent. If she were as lazy as him, with the characteristics of the everlasting spring skill, her achievements would probably be slightly inferior to his. Yes, true lord. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Wenren Zuwei suddenly felt a surge of energy. This is the approval of the pure Yang true lord. Moreover, she did indeed see her path to becoming a god and even beyond in the divine song and the tribulation of death. That is the great path of life and death. When Wenren Zuwei left Chicheng Mountain with Pei Qingshuang, she was unusually full of fighting spirit. Chen Mobai only hoped that she wouldn't lose interest after a short time. When they parted, Chen Mobai returned the Qingshuang sword to Pei Qingshuang. What Bai Guang gave him before was the complete version of the immortal sect sword manual that she had filled in herself. After Chen Mobai acquired the 5 tones of music, he was also able to understand part of the refining emptiness section. But most importantly, he used this to comprehend all 24 sword intents of the immortal sword technique left by Zhang Daosun. Comparing Bai Guang's answer, Chen Mobai easily grasped the 2 sword Dao realms of one sword breaks all laws, and one sword gives birth to all laws, and even understood the mysteries of entrusting one's primordial spirit. His myriad swords Dharma body was also nearly perfected at this time, only lacking the refinement of the 9 heavens pure qi. Among these, one of the 24 sword intents in the immortal sect sword technique is called Frostfall, which perfectly matches the Azure Frost sword. After Chen Mobai achieved success, he took care of the people and things around him. He then asked Pei Qingshuang for the Qingshuang sword, and passed on the Frostfall sword intent he had comprehended to the Qingshuang sword spirit. After the Azure Frost sword receives this sword intent inheritance, if it has a master like him who uses true qi to refine it, just like the purple lightning sword, it will have a great chance of advancing to the 5th grade superior level in the future. Pei Qingshuang was naturally extremely grateful for this. The sword Qing Shuang is excellent, you must not fail it in the future. When Chen Mobai returned the Qing Shuang sword, which had fallen into a deep sleep after receiving the sword intent inheritance, he said the following to Pei Qing Shuang. Rest assured, my lord, I am as steadfast as the sword. Pei Qingshuang solemnly accepted the sword with both hands. 5 peaks immortal mountain. 3 silver lights flashed one after another, and Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit, Cheng Xuanyungsu, and the other 2 emerged from the void. Ha ha ha, Chenyang, congratulations. The 3 had just appeared when Qi Yuheng, laughing loudly, teleported from Jixian Peak to their front. The other nascent soul cultivators guarding this place also flew over in their escape lights to pay their respects. Greetings, pure Yang true lord. You're too kind, everyone. Chen Mobai returned the greeting humbly, maintaining the pressure of his second primordial spirit, and went to Jixian Peak with Qi Yuheng. Chengshuan, your lineage of weapon-wielding is truly blessed. Not only do you have the white light ancestor, but you also have the pure Yang true monarch. On Jixian Peak, Chen Mobai heard the envious voice of the 3 absolutes master and couldn't help but smile slightly. I knew you would stand up when the immortal sect is in danger. Qi Yuheng naturally sensed the faint fluctuations of the great Tao of fire emanating from Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit. This was a sign that a nascent soul cultivator was drawing upon and comprehending the power of the great Tao. He himself had only been able to barely refine and integrate the great Tao into his body in the past few years by relying on the wonders of the heaven and earth membrane. However, within the divine song, He saw another path that was more suitable for him, so he was hesitating about whether to switch. He's only been at the nascent soul stage for a few decades, so turning back now wouldn't waste much time. Moreover, due to the adaptability of the great Tao, he'd be able to catch up quickly. However, if this happens, all the great Tao that you have comprehended before will be wasted. Moreover, there was the threat from Lin Dayaming, so Qi Yuheng couldn't make up his mind. Now that Chen Mobai has successfully cultivated his second primordial spirit, he can confidently choose a different path. Not at all, not at all. If it weren't for your strong opposition and your ability to make the literature and art department produce such a groundbreaking piece, I wouldn't have grasped the key to the breakthrough. Chen Mobai still admired Qi Yuheng, and the latter had risked his life to save him during the death tribulation, so he was very polite to him. Let's skip the formalities. You've reached the nascent soul stage, so let's assign tasks between us. Qi Yuheng was a straightforward person, and in just a few words, he got to the point and started by saying his own thoughts. He will stay here at 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain from now on, comprehending the great Tao while guarding the seal of the god of death. All matters, big and small, within the immortal sect will be handled by Chen Mobai. There is one more thing. I will entrust this gate to you for safekeeping from now on. Finally, Qi Yuheng pointed to the boundary gate standing atop his Jixian peak, and Chen Mobai nodded without hesitation. The Gate of Boundaries is a 6th-order supreme treasure, containing the profound mysteries of the great Tao of the Void, and is also the foundation of the immortal sect. Previously, Kaixing gave this to Qi Yuheng, not only because he wanted Qi Yuheng to use it to comprehend the 6 imperial scriptures and the Dharma realm, but also because there was no other suitable candidate. Chen Mobai's talent in the void is well known. Qi Yuheng believed that the boundary gate would be more useful in his hands. Moreover, the boundary gate is related to the opening of realms by immortal cultivators. Now that the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain is a forbidden area, it would be better to move it out. Leave these chores to me, you just focus on your cultivation. Chen Mobai nodded without hesitation, then waved his sleeve, about to bring the boundary gate into his own domain. But they found they couldn't do it. The boundary gate is the crystallization of the great Tao of Void, while the realm is merely a way of using the power of void, just like how water vapor cannot be used to hold ice. However, there is also a set of incantations for refining in the immortal sects, which was passed down by Senior Zhang Daesun. When Qi Yuheng spoke, he also told Chen Mobai the incantation for refining the boundary gate, which Chen Mobai comprehended in an instant while in the state of the 5 notes of the melody. After pretending to meditate with his eyes closed for a while, Chen Mobai opened his eyes and began to refine the boundary gate using the incantation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the gate suddenly emitted a bright silver light and resonated with him. This is a sign of successful ritual. Seeing this, Qi Yuheng was even more amazed by Chen Mobai's extraordinary talent. The next war will be the greatest calamity in the history of the immortal sect. The resources accumulated over thousands of years can now be used up. Then Chen Mobai discussed the matter with Qi Yuheng. That's the kind of thing we need to use in situations like this. Otherwise, once the immortal sect is breached, it will belong to the enemy. How do you plan to use it? How much? Qi Yuheng hesitated. After all, he had grown up in the frugal environment of the immortal sect. He felt guilty about squandering the wealth accumulated by his predecessors over thousands of years. The key to starting a war lies with the power at the top. Once the Cloud Sea Elder has repaired the heavenly canopy and earthly network array, the Chaos Primordial Qi Cannon can be set to be activated at any time. There are also nascent soul cultivators. I feel that the 3 of us, including you, me, and Shui Xian, are not enough to face Pluto. We have already used the Divine Song of Shock, but we still have 2 divine sparks obtained from Dragon God Star last time, as well as the rules of the immortal sect. I think it's time to bring them out. Have all the major pharmaceutical companies check their reserves for the nascent Soul 3 elixirs and the core formation elixirs, and also ask the Narcissus Sea region to provide some support. Let's see if we can gather enough for a few more batches. Chen Mobai was different from Qi Yuheng. He had been used to spending money lavishly since he started cultivating. Faced with Pluto, which was highlighted in the history of the immortal sect, he wished he could use all the resources he had accumulated to improve the overall strength of the immortal sect. I have no objections, Chen Yang, you can handle it. But you should be careful about one thing. Although we have obtained the spiritual vein of Dragon God Star, the number of nascent soul cultivators we can accommodate is still limited. Qi Yuheng thought about it and agreed that it made sense, but still gave her a word of advice. Don't worry, the fact that Ancestor Bai Guang has reached the Void Realm proves that leaving Earth Origin Star is the right path. If we can survive this war of opening up, I am willing to take the lead and leave the Tianyang star system, leaving the spiritual energy to the younger generation. Chen Mobai looked righteous and awe-inspiring, which deeply moved Qi Yuheng. If that day ever comes, I'm willing to travel with you. This matter can be discussed after the war begins. The most urgent task is to have more nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect. Chen Mobai immediately changed the subject. The reason he was willing to leave was because Gui Bao was there, so he could come back. It would be inconvenient to leave with Qi Yuheng. These are the divine essences of the heavenly dragon god and the earthly dragon god, as well as the fruit of the Tao law. Before the reincarnation of Ancestor Kaingsing, he gave them to me. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuheng reached out and made a gesture, causing 3 jade boxes to fall from the void and land in front of Chen Mobai. Chen Yang, you should choose suitable refiners for them. Chen Mobai was deeply moved upon hearing this. Qi Yuheng trusted him completely. This concerns the transformation into a god. Let's discuss it together when we decide on the candidate. Chen Mobai felt that such an important matter could not be decided by himself, and that he should consult Qi Yuheng's opinion. You and Narcissus can discuss it together. I trust you. Qi Yuheng spoke without hesitation. Good. Hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't say anything more, but he had already decided in his heart that he must not have any selfish motives when it came to these resources, and he must live up to Qi Yuheng's trust. If you ever feel restless and want to stir things up again, just call me and I'll take over guarding the seal. As they left Wufeng Immortal Mountain, Chen Mobai spoke to Qi Yuheng, who smiled and nodded. Dance Instrument Academy. Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan fed the white cat belonging to the student council, reminiscing about their time there, while Chen Mobai and Zhang Lixinyu drank on the windowsill. After drinking too much, Zhongli Tianyu rarely let loose. When I first came to the Dance Weapon Academy, I thought that, with my talent, I could easily sweep through everything. Who knew there would be someone like you? You've made me feel like I can only ever be second in this lifetime. You overestimate yourself a bit. You probably won't be number 2. Chen Mobai spoke the truth. Although Zhongli Tianyu had basically stabilized at the nascent soul stage, he was still slightly inferior to Wenren Zuwei, who had reached the divine transformation stage. Moreover, the other nascent soul 9th level cultivators in the immortal sect, whether they are Yun Hai Shangren, Yuan Su Shangren, or even the inconspicuous Qing Ping Shangren, are no less capable than Zhongli Tianyu. Anyway, I'll aim for second place from now on. That way, I'll have the motivation to improve and catch up. As for you, I'll never be able to catch up in my lifetime. Zhongli Tianyu took another sip, somewhat annoyed. Although he was proud and arrogant, he knew how high the threshold for becoming a nascent soul cultivator was. He had originally planned to catch up slowly after Chen Mobai formed his nascent soul, but after Chen Mobai cultivated his second primordial spirit, he completely gave up hope. The immortal sect is about to enter an unprecedented era. The previously scarce resources may change as a result. Do what you should do, make contributions in the war, and your name will surely be recorded in the legends of the future. Chen Mobai held his wine glass, looked out the window, and a deep look flashed in his eyes as he spoke. On Earth Origin Star, the highest level of cultivation he could achieve was the peak of the nascent soul stage. To further cultivate emptiness, or even to pursue a higher realm, one must leave this place. Before that, he must leave behind a sufficiently powerful leader for the immortal sect. As Qi Yuheng's disciple and a member of their own lineage of weapon-wielding, Zhongli Tianyu is the most suitable candidate. Don't worry, I will definitely reach the divine realm. Zhongli Tianyu's words reached his ears, followed by a meow. The white cat, which had been eating food fed by the two women, suddenly jumped onto Chen Mobai's shoulder and lay down lazily. Because his true form lacked the pressure of the great Tao, Chen Mobai, under the influence of pure yang body refinement, had warm blood and qi throughout his body. Furthermore, he possessed the longevity technique, which allowed him to continuously draw upon the life force of heaven and earth. This made the intelligent white cat very fond of him. True Lord! Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan immediately came over when they saw this. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, put down his wine glass, and reached out to stroke the soft white cat on his shoulder. This should be his last peaceful time in the Taoist temple. See area. Chen Mobai used the void shift technique to enter the Narcissus's bedroom with practiced ease. You can arrange these things. After hearing Chen Mobai's purpose for coming, Shui Xian waved her hand, expressing a similar meaning to Qi Yuheng. These three nascent soul stage resources should all be given to cultivators of the immortal sects. Chen Mobai's purpose in coming here this time, besides communicating with Shui Xian, was also to give her a heads up. I've already gained something by using the divine essence of the sea dragon god to become a god. Don't worry, the sea region has no objections. Although Narcissus was lazy, she was very perceptive and understood Chen Mobai's meaning in an instant. These two divine attributes, along with the Tao Law fruit, can only be obtained by nascent soul cultivators from immortal sects. Narcissus was very understanding about this. Besides the reasons she mentioned, it's also because the king and the sea and these three nascent soul resources don't have suitable attributes. There's another matter. As you know, I have a daughter with a pure yin constitution. Although she is currently cultivating the 5 elements technique, if she wants to achieve the same level as us, it would be best to find a path that suits her constitution. That's why I've been having her enhance her water spiritual root and refine her ice spiritual root. I wonder if your sea region has any extra heavenly pure water, a treasure of yours. Since Chen Mobai was already here and had now reached the nascent soul stage, he shamelessly asked Shui Xian for resources from the sea. I only have 6 portions left, all condensed by the former spirit lord. How many do you want? Narcissus was very generous. As soon as Chen Mobai asked, she immediately revealed all her family's wealth. I'll take 2 portions first. Chen Mobai wanted to take them all, but he still had some pride, so he only took 2 bottles. By the way, how is this celestial pure water condensed? After receiving the 2 glass bottles from Shui Xian, Chen Mobai noticed that there were no recipes or proportions listed on them, and couldn't help but ask. It was formed by the Spirit Lord, condensing the power of the great Tao of water, and mixing it with 18 kinds of spiritual water and liquid. Shui Xian took out her phone and sent the electronic version of the heavenly purification water information to Chen Mobai, who immediately thanked her after receiving it. So, after the Spirit Lord left, this product was discontinued. After reading it, Chen Mobai felt that the 2 portions of heavenly pure water he had requested were a bit too hot to handle. He sought these resources not only to help his daughter, but also for the sake of his other women. Qingnu can use this to upgrade to the immortal water spiritual root, and Yan Bingxuan also needs this to upgrade to the ice spiritual root. Meng Huanger didn't care. She was already focusing on developing her golden spiritual root. Since the heavenly pure water was so precious, he felt it should be used to enhance the strength of the immortal sects. If I work hard in the future, comprehend and refine the power of the great Tao of water, and learn some knowledge of alchemy, it is not impossible for me to condense the pure water of the heavenly realm. After hearing this, Narcissus retorted. She achieved godhood with the help of the Spirit Lord, but because she refined the divine essence of the sea dragon god, she was also considered exceptionally gifted in the Tao of water. Okay, I'm looking forward to that day. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was immediately relieved. No, condensing a portion of celestial pure water would take me at least 10 years. I probably won't do something like that. But at this moment, Narcissus realized what she had said and immediately shook her head like a rattled drum, contradicting herself. It's all right. If I have time in the future, I can take the opportunity to study the Tao of water. The formula is quite simple, and I feel that I can refine it. At this time, Chen Mobai had also comprehended the formula for the heavenly pure water using the 5 elements of music. With Qing Nu's alchemy skills, she should be able to refine those 18 kinds of spiritual water and liquid auxiliary ingredients. The key lies in the power of the water path. After refining the fire element Dao fruit among the 5 elements Dao fruits, Chen Mobai could try to see if he could use the 1 Yuan Dao scripture to refine the 5 Dao fruits in the order of the 5 elements rotation. He did not expect himself to be able to elevate to the primordial Dao fruit like the 1 Yuan true Lord. As long as the power of the 5 elements can be used, that will suffice. Although you are the most talented in the immortal sect, the Tao of water flow has nothing to do with the cultivation method you practice. I don't believe you can comprehend it. Narcissus looked unconvinced after hearing this. It should be noted that even with the teachings passed down by the Spirit Lord before his departure, plus the power of her divine status, she was still barely able to perceive the great Tao of water. No matter how strong Chen Mobai's talent is, it is impossible for him to directly use the pure Yang scroll technique to cross over to the water path, which is completely opposite to the fire path. I'll try it out in the future. If I can master it, you can just ask me for celestial water whenever you need it. Chen Mobai smiled, but offered no explanation. Cough, cough. Narcissus wanted to say something, but suddenly coughed. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Upon hearing this with his 5th-level voice of the empty valley technique, Chen Mobai immediately sensed that the originally abundant and powerful qi and blood within her body were rapidly dissipating, causing his expression to change slightly. A strike from the void realm is not so easy to withstand. Narcissus lay on her couch with a slightly pale face. Chen Mobai immediately came to her side and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. I'll help you, don't resist. As Chen Mobai spoke, he used his divine transformation realm burning lamp technique to transfer the innate pure yang energy into Shui Xian's body. Half a day later, a wisp of pitch-black deathly aura escaped from Narcissus's mouth and nose. As expected of a void refining technique, Chen Mobai was surprised. In the past, when faced with such a situation, the burning lamp technique only needed to be activated once to remove most of the damage. But after so much time, it has only purified a trace of it. Thanks. However, the expulsion of this trace of death energy made Narcissus feel much better. Her complexion regained a rosy hue, and the rate at which her blood and energy were draining from her body began to slow down. Why does Qi Yuheng seem to be all right? As Chen Mobai continued to help the Narcissus expel the death energy, he asked curiously. The Kunpeng lineage also has a strong foundation. Shui Xian immediately spoke up, indicating that she was not weaker than Qi Yuheng. But I'm still a little worried. After I've finished expelling him, I'll go to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to check his pulse. Chen Mobai remembered that both of them had been injured while fighting against death for his sake. Now that he had the ability to help, he would help them recover, no matter how much time it took. I knew I was right about you, kid. You've got a sense of responsibility. Narcissus nodded with satisfaction upon hearing his words, revealing her jagged, snow-white teeth. When the second primordial spirit returned to the Dance Weapon Academy, 3 months had already passed. Zhongli Tianyu and the others had already left and returned to Wangwu Cave. Although Qi Yuheng appeared to be unharmed, there was still death energy hidden inside his body. If it weren't for the profound nature of Chen Mobai's burning lamp technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it. Qi Yuheng was very grateful for this. Jialan, I will be going into seclusion for a while. Everything will remain the same as before. After Chen Mobai withdrew his second primordial spirit, he spoke to Zhuang Jialan, who immediately nodded. After returning to the Jade Flat Minor realm, Chen Mobai sat down cross-legged and began to continue comprehending the fire element Tao fruit. Flames slowly rose around his body, their intense heat seemingly capable of burning everything, yet the space around him felt as comfortable as a hot spring. Under the protection of the fire Tao fruit, his primordial spirit walked along the great Tao, feeling its essence. The trajectory of each flickering flame left a deep imprint on his heart. His physical cultivation level also began to steadily increase. Kiss Pig's new book, Returning to a Leisurely Island Life *, a leisurely novel depicting the daily lives of island boys and girls. The plot is light and pleasant, the writing is excellent, and there's no pretentious face-slapping or scheming. Genre: light-hearted, beachcombing, everyday life, rural setting reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 1053, The Path to Godhood for Ice-type Characters. Chapter 1053, The Path to Godhood for Ice-type Characters. Previously, because the nascent soul cultivators from the three main halls arrived relatively quickly, Chen Mobai immediately left seclusion to preach after cultivating his second primordial spirit. I haven't yet fully experienced the impact of the breakthrough in divine consciousness on my physical body, nor the increase in my strength. The Pure Yang Scroll contains 6 great Taos. Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit has already refined the fire Tao fruit, so he won't change it. Once he adapts to this power, he can go to the Heaven-Mending Tao Academy to refine the pure Yang Qi left behind by the primordial Yang ancestor. At that time, the fire and light Taos will combine to evolve the 9 heavens primordial Yang purple extreme form, which was invincible among the immortal sects. Combined with the Yuan Yang sword, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit is equivalent to the little Yuan Yang ancestor. At least Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian are definitely no match for him. However, these two are not enemies. Chen Mobai's main target recently is the nascent soul cultivator in the eastern continent of the Heavenly River realm. After Yuan Kink ascended to immortality, the righteous path was led by true Lord Wuchen. Chen Mobai had witnessed his power firsthand at Wudi Mountain. His cultivation was so strong that he was worthy of being the leader of the righteous path. At least in Chen Mobai's eyes at that time, he was unfathomable. However, Chen Mobai wants to condense the sacred virtue seed, so the territory under the 5-element sect will only increase. The dragon vein that has been suppressed will one day give birth to spirituality. When that time comes, it will be inevitable to confront the moral sect. Compared to the immortal sect, the upper-level cultivators in the eastern wilderness have all fought their way out of a sea of life and death. Although true monarch Wuchen is an alchemist, countless demons and monsters have died at his hands. Chen Mobai felt that if his second primordial spirit were to face him, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Therefore, it's best to focus on negotiation when the time comes. However, in the Heavenly River realm, if you want to maintain peace, you must first demonstrate your strength, and a sparring match with true monarch Wuchen is definitely necessary. However, Chen Mobai was always cautious. Considering that the moral sect also possessed a 6th-order treasure, he hoped to obtain the 6th-order Hunyuan bell from the 5 Emperors Mountain before that happened. However, Tuda was also a coward. If he didn't die, Chen Mobai wouldn't be able to completely control the Yiyuan Dao Palace and take over the title of the Holy Land. We still need to come up with a plan to see if we can lure the snake out of its hole. Ideally, all the forces in the eastern continent that harbor ill will towards the 5-element sect should be gathered together in one go, and then Chen Mobai could use his second primordial spirit to swiftly annihilate them. He then entered the 5 Emperors Mountain at top speed and began refining the primordial bell. Beneath the jade tree in the pill cauldron, Chen Mobai had his second primordial spirit assist his main body in cultivation, enhancing his body tempering and innate pure yang energy, while simultaneously contemplating how to utilize his current strength to lay the foundation for the 5-element sect's sacred ground. Of all these, the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, which should have been the most worrying, is now considered a sure thing by Chen Mobai. He believed that as long as he could handle everything before the moral sect could react, even the dustless true lord would have no choice but to rely on him when it came time to start clearing the wilderness. After all, once he refined the fire element Dao fruit, he was able to stand at the forefront when facing the golden flame Sueni, which was also a fire element true spirit. Furthermore, having attained the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai could unleash the Daoshui flame to assist true monarch Wuchen in refining pills. If more pills were successfully refined, the five-element sect might obtain more than just one. Of course, it is also possible that the moral sect would completely break with the five-element sect in order to prevent the emergence of a new holy land in the eastern continent. However, Chen Mobai still had considerable trust in the integrity of these sacred sites in Dongzhou. After all, he had a good impression of the holy sons and daughters represented by Yi Qing from the Holy Land, as well as the head of the divine stream sect whom he had met last time. But before that, improving your skills as much as possible is definitely the right thing to do. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai took off the pure yang immortal robe that was draped over his second primordial spirit. Owner, a red-haired spirit with two horns on its head and dragon whiskers at the corners of its mouth appeared and respectfully bowed to Chen Mobai. After the power of the fire Tao was injected, the spirituality of this pure yang set began to transform, suddenly rising to a higher level, and it was no weaker than the fifth-grade purple lightning sword. However, even with such a great opportunity and the assistance of Chen Mobai's Kantanki, this magical artifact only barely advanced to the fifth rank. Because the materials are of poor quality. Previously, Ancestor Yuanyang used silk spun by a fourth-order golden silkworm from the Bushan Dao Academy, mixed with fourth-order fire spirit wood fiber, to refine this pure yang immortal robe. Fourth-grade golden silkworm silk is the highest-grade material available from the immortal sects. As for fire spirit wood fiber, there is an even better option, the fifth-order vermilion fruit tree outside the jade flat small realm. However, the relationship between Ancestor Yuan Yang and the Dance Weapon Academy is not very good, so he was too embarrassed to use it. In addition, since the Yuan Yang ancestor focused on cultivating the great Tao of light and did not pay much attention to the element of fire, the materials of this pure Yang immortal robe were rather meager for a nascent soul true monarch. Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit is definitely dominated by the fire element, since there might be an opportunity in the future for the five elements to unite and condense into a primordial chaos. Therefore, the pure Yang immortal robe became the magic weapon he focused on improving. I'll use fifth-grade vermilion fruit spirit wood fiber to upgrade some of your materials first. The immortal sect doesn't have fifth-grade silkworm silk here, so we'll figure out a way later. Chen Mobai spoke to the spirit of the pure Yang immortal robe, which nodded repeatedly with great pleasure. Thank you, Master. After finishing his story, Chen Mobai took out his phone and called Gonga Jixu. Although the fifth-tier vermilion fruit tree is located at the Dance Weapon Academy, its use still requires approval from various departments within the immortal sect. These departments are all under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Previously, even if Chen Mobai, as the master of the Zhengfa Hall, wanted to obtain fifth-tier resources, he would have to go through a series of disputes, and was even rejected by the Immortal Affairs Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall. But now my status is different. Yes, Your Excellency, I will personally oversee this matter and complete the process for you as quickly as possible. After hearing Chen Mobai's request, Gong Ajixu did not say a word. A quarter of an hour later, an electronic document bearing the seals of all the departments of the Immortal Affairs Hall was sent to Chen Mobai. With this, Chen Mobai felt reassured and took a branch from the Zhuguo tree. Although he is now the third saint of the immortal sect, the establishment of rules is extremely difficult, so Chen Mobai still acts within the rules and regulations, and does not rely on his status and cultivation to wantonly break them. However, although Chen Mobai was a fifth-level weapon refiner of the immortal sect, this was the first time he had ever woven a magic robe. Fortunately, he mastered the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, and after searching for relevant information, he easily became an expert. While researching relevant materials, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered something. After he killed Master Bingyun, he obtained an egg that looked like an ice jade ball, inside which was a cold flame ice silkworm. These ice silkworms are spirits of heaven and earth, nurtured by the essence of 10,000 years of glaciers, and the silk they spin is the perfect material for weaving robes. However, he had too many good things about him, so he forgot about this. The void opened up, and the ice jade egg that he had stored in a corner of the realm fell in front of him. With his powerful divine sense at the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai entered the silkworm and used the covenant of understanding to study it. He quickly learned about the origin of the frostfire ice silkworm. This was once a sacred object offered in the icy wilderness, holding a status in the Holy Land equivalent to a nascent soul ancestor. However, during a great battle, this ice silkworm was severely injured and died after returning to the sect, transforming into an egg. At first, the higher-ups in the icy and snowy lands had high hopes for it, using various ice attribute spiritual objects to nourish it, hoping to transform and regenerate it. But thousands of years have passed, and the ice silkworm has shown no sign of awakening. Over time, it was forgotten in the sect's treasury. Later, when the ice and snow kingdom split up, the three branches divided the treasure vault, and the egg of the ice silkworm ended up in the ice heaven palace branch. Although Master Bingyun didn't have much hope, he continued to nourish it with ice attribute spirit stones. With Chen Mobai's guidance, the situation of the cold flame ice silkworm gradually came to mind. A pure life force is accumulating within it, and with the influx of ice attribute energy, it is possible for it to be reborn and awaken. However, Chen Mobai's domineering innate pure yang energy was definitely not enough to nourish the ice silkworm. Ideally, it should be the ice spiritual power of a cultivator with an ice spiritual root, or even a higher level of true qi. Chen Mobai's mind flashed with images of his daughter Chen Ziohe and his confidant Yan Bingxuan. But he immediately shook his head. They are all just at the core formation stage. Giving them the ice silkworm would only slow down their cultivation progress. In that case, the most suitable candidate would be Yan Qiangji. She has just formed her nascent soul, and her cultivation level will not improve much in a short period of time. This is a good opportunity for her to help him hatch this ice silkworm. Of course, Chen Mobai wouldn't let her sacrifice for nothing. He took out the items he had previously taken from Master Bingyun's storage bag again. He gave all the spiritual herbs to Qingnu, but kept the rest. For example, he has always carried the 5th Order Azure Ice Heart Rope after refining it with the Cantong Pact. The main reason is that the attributes of this magical artifact are not very compatible with Qingnu, and because he has the power to sense the 3 yin fruit, Chen Mobai is also thinking of taking a look at the Ice Heaven 3 veins when he is exploring the wilderness in the future. Once the 3 yin fruits are collected in the future, the Azure Ice Heart Rope can be given to Yan Bingxuan. Even though he is now the 3rd saint of the immortal sect, it is still a bit too much for him to give a 5th-tier magic weapon to his confidant. It just so happens that Master Bingyun also had a mid-grade 4th-tier flying sword and a jade pendant that were dropped. After Chen Mobai refined them with the falling treasure golden light, they were essentially the same as those he had personally crafted. Although giving Yan Bingxuan, a core formation cultivator, a 4th-tier magic weapon is a bit of an exaggeration, Chen Mobai can protect her for now. At most, he can just tell her to keep a low profile. In addition, there is a 5th Order Ice Soul Frost Crystal, which Chen Mobai intends to give to Yan Qiangji so that she can refine it into her natal magic weapon. If Yan Qiangji is unable to smelt it, Chen Mobai is willing to lend a hand. However, it's best to make your own personal magical artifact. Considering that Yan Qiangji is now considered a nascent soul cultivator in their Wookiee lineage, Chen Mobai plans to give her some pointers on cultivating the Cantong Qi when he hands her over the Frostfire Ice Silkworm. The Frostfire Ice Silkworm, a spiritual object formed from the essence of 10,000 years of glaciers, can be used to assist in the cultivation of ice attribute techniques within the traditions of the icy and snowy land. Based on Chen Mobai's current level of cultivation, this is equivalent to a minor Dao fruit with an ice attribute. He expanded on this idea using the 5 tones of the musical scale, and felt that he could use the kantanki to study the ice silkworm together, so that Yan Qiangji could also absorb the ice and snow path contained within it during the process of offering it. Fortunately, Chen Mobai still had the ice heaven skill that Master Bingyun had dropped. Theoretically, this technique can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage, but it requires refining the 3 yin fruit. For the immortal sects, this is already second only to the inheritance of the nascent soul cultivation technique. Chen Mobai changed the part about Tao fruit in the ice heaven skill to frostfire ice silkworm, then studied it through the 5 tones of music. After confirming that there were no problems, he called Yan Qiangji. "Yes, true lord, I'm coming right now." Yan Qiangji, who had just taken over as the principal of the Natural Academy, did not hesitate at all after receiving Chen Mobai's notification, and immediately booked a flight to Chicheng Cave. Although Chen Mobai did not break through to the nascent soul stage using his original body, so the immortal sects did not publicize it to the general public, everyone in the nascent soul circle knew that pure Yang True Monarch had already cultivated a second nascent soul. Even if that weren't the case, Yan Qiangji still held Chen Mobai in high esteem. For example, after the tribulation of death, Yan Qiangji saw the argument between Chen Mobai and Bai Guangleiazu, but she kept it a secret and did not reveal a word to Yan Bingxuan after returning. After reaching the nascent soul stage, many secrets were gradually revealed to her. For example, the Cloud Sea Elder told her about Chen Mobai, the #1 genius in the history of the immortal sect, and his dark history of being favored by the White Light Ancestor because of his outstanding talent. Yan Qiangji quickly recalled the big news that Chen Mobai had announced to the immortal sect that he had a daughter. Because of this, she had previously denounced Chen Mobai as a scumbag who had betrayed Yan Bingxuan's sincere feelings. Now that she knows the truth, Yan Qiangji realizes that Chen Mobai had such a difficult reason behind the incident. Faced with the oppression of the White Light Ancestor, given the proud nature of the pure Yang True Lord, he must have submitted in order to protect Yan Bingxuan from harm, and also because he had his daughter as a weakness. Thinking about this, Yan Qiangji felt that Chunyang Zhenjun was truly great. At that moment, Chen Mobai, who had previously seemed like a god, began to appear as a real person in her eyes. This is a real man. It was precisely for this reason that, after the ordeal with the Grim Reaper, Yan Qiangji began to help Chen Mobai conceal the truth. "Xuaner, I need to go to the Dance Weapon Academy. Please keep an eye on things at the academy for me." As she was leaving, Yan Qiangji met Yan Bingxuan, who had come over, and told her about her itinerary. "Can I come along?" After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan asked with some anticipation. After the calamity of death, the upper echelons of the immortal sects remained silent, but even core cultivators like Yan Bingxuan, who were close to the core circle, roughly knew that the opponent in the next war would be Pluto, and she was somewhat worried about Chen Mobai. After that, although they kept in touch, they never met again. "I'm afraid that won't work. To be honest, some time ago, Master Chunyang cultivated his second primordial spirit and is now the 3rd saint of the immortal sect. He is currently consolidating his realm to prepare for the war to begin soon. It must be something important for him to ask me to come over." The matter of the 3rd saint of the immortal sect was not sealed off by the god of death tribulation, so it could be discussed. Moreover, Chen Mobai had previously turned the Ascension sect's headquarters to ashes in the heavenly realm, so there was no need to hide it. Yan Qiangji brought this up only because Chen Mobai had only called her over this time. Although she doesn't like socializing, she's not ignorant about it. If he wanted to see Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai, with his cultivation level, could use the void teleportation technique to get there at any time. Calling her name only clearly indicates an unwillingness to meet Yan Bingxuan. As for the reason, Yan Qiangji thought about the scene of pure Yang True Monarch and White Light Ancestor arguing after sealing the god of death, and she probably had a clue. She once again admired Chunyang Zhenjun's sense of responsibility. Even when facing an old master who has mastered the void refinement stage, he can still be so tough. He actually... When Yan Bingxuan heard that Chen Mobai had actually cultivated a second primordial spirit, and recalled the news of the fluctuations in the fifth-order spiritual veins at the core of Chicheng Cave Heaven some time ago, she was shocked, enlightened, and a little proud. He should focus on consolidating his cultivation level. I won't disturb him. Yan Bingxuan nodded, abandoning her idea of going along. Is there anything you want to tell him? Before leaving, Yan Qiangji hesitated for a moment and then asked. Let him focus on his cultivation and prepare for war. I will also strive to cultivate myself and do my best to help him. Although Yan Bingxuan said those words, her eyes revealed a slight sense of disappointment and a lack of self-confidence. Although it was known long ago that with Chen Mobai's talent, he would eventually reach the divine transformation stage. But when she actually heard that he had taken this step, she still felt it was too fast. She felt she could still work her way up from core formation to nascent soul, but as for the divine transformation realm, she felt she had no confidence even with the abundant resources Chen Mobai provided. This means that sooner or later, she will also die of old age, just like Chen Mobai's deceased wife. The thought of this scene caused her originally cold and aloof state of mind to fluctuate. Yan Qiangji could tell at a glance that she was in a state of confusion. She didn't know what to say about this, since she herself had no experience in this area. Upon arriving at the Dance Weapon Academy, Zhuang Jialan immediately led Yan Qiangji to the deepest part of the Wanbao Cave. Before long, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit stepped out of the jade flat small world. Greetings, pure Yang True Lord. After personally experiencing the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, Yan Qiangji's expression became even more respectful. You're too kind. Chen Mobai gestured to Yan Qiangji not to stand on ceremony, then nodded to Qin Baikan and Zhuang Jialan beside him, who immediately took their leave, leaving the Black Island to them. Principal Yan, the main reason I invited you here is that I have something I'd like you to help me with. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Mobai got straight to the point and brought up the matter of raising ice silkworms. Yes, true lord. After hearing this, Yan Qiangji nodded in agreement without any hesitation. This matter might delay your cultivation, so I've prepared some things as compensation. Seeing that she agreed so quickly, Chen Mobai took out what he had prepared. When Yan Qiangji saw the fifth-tier ice soul frost crystal fall from the void, her usually calm expression immediately changed. Do you know how to forge weapons? When Chen Mobai handed the ice soul frost crystal along with the ice silkworm egg to Yan Qiangji, he asked a question. Given his current status, there's no need for him to fabricate the origins of these precious materials. Yan Qiangji didn't dare to ask either, since they were given by Chen Mobai, a nascent soul true monarch. There must be no problem. I've studied it, but I only know how to make jewelry and the like. Yan Qiangji accepted the item with both hands. It was the first time in her life that she had ever handled a fifth-grade spiritual material. Her voice trembled slightly as she answered Chen Mobai's question. According to the standards of the immortal sects, she is considered a third-tier weapon refiner. However, with her current cultivation level, she could easily pass the fourth-order exam if she studied. You can try to comprehend the Cantong Qi of our Wuqi Dao Academy. After all, the Xuanbingju cannot lead to the divine transformation stage. By the way, did you see your own Dao in the Jingxian? Chen Mobai's tendency to be a teacher became apparent, and he couldn't help but give Yan Qiangji pointers. I saw it briefly, but it was interrupted after only half of the performance, so it was like a flower in the mist or the moon in the water. When Yan Qiangji got to this point, she couldn't help but smile wryly. They had finally waited for the once-in-a-millennium divine melody of the immortal sect, but they never expected to encounter the calamity of death. Moreover, because the immortal sect does not have any ice-type nascent soul cultivation techniques, under the state of the divine song of shock, they cannot directly advance along the path of nascent soul cultivation techniques such as the Cantonki like Master Chengshuan and others. They still need to explore little by little. In that case, even if you listen to the whole song, you might not be able to find the right path for yourself. If this ice silkworm can hatch, it will be equivalent to a fifth-order true spirit. When you nourish it with your own true energy, you can try to use the same method as the sympathetic pact. If you succeed, the chance of transforming into a deity is not small. As they were talking, Chen Mobai took out the copied Ice Heaven skill and handed it to Yan Qiangji. This was brought by ancestor Yunya from the Dan Ding sect along with the ice silkworm. It was passed down from the force that used to provide materials for weaving the pure yang immortal robes for our lineage at the White Crane Dojo. After I cultivated my second primordial spirit, I found it deep within the Jade Flat Minor realm. After much thought, I realized that only you among the immortal sects are suitable for it. Chen Mobai fabricated a story about the origin of the Ice Heaven skill. It would be too exaggerated to say that he had figured it out himself. After all, this technique has obviously been perfected over thousands of years. Moreover, Chen Mobai does not have an ice spirit root. Such a precious gift is truly an honor. Yan Qiangji was very excited after hearing this. The highest cultivation level among the ice spirit root cultivators in the history of the immortal sect was the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He also tried to switch to cultivating the 6 imperial scriptures, but he couldn't even get past the threshold. However, the Ice Heaven technique is a pure ice-based technique. After Yan Qiangji scanned it with her divine sense, she felt that it was profound and concise. Although the cultivation methods of qi refining, foundation building, core formation, and nascent soul were not as detailed as the Xuanbing manual, it did have the section on deity transformation. After she saw it, the road that she had vaguely seen in the divine song suddenly became clear. This also made her realize that this was her destiny to become a deity. Of course, it is also Yan Bingxuan's path to becoming a nascent soul cultivator among all the ice spirit root cultivators in the immortal sect. My energy is limited, and there are more important things for me to do, but I don't want Bingxuan to stop at the nascent soul stage in the future. So I hope that the immortal sect can provide her with a path to become a deity. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Chen Mobai said these words very sincerely. His relationship with Yan Bingxuan was already public when he provided Yan Qiangji with resources for infant formation. Yan Bingxuan's talent is definitely not as good as Yan Qiangji's. Therefore, Yan Qiangji is the most suitable person to pave the way for the ice spirit root to become a deity. After all, although there was hope for the 3 yin fruit in the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai always planned ahead and made various preparations. Rest assured, true Lord, I will dedicate the rest of my life to this matter. This is not only for the sake of the immortal sect in Xuaner, but also for my own sake. After Yan Qiangji learned that everything Chen Mobai had done was for Yan Bingxuan, she felt even more that he was courageous and responsible. By the way, you probably didn't tell Bai Guang about me, did you? After finishing their business, Chen Mobai casually asked a question. Rest assured, true Lord, I know nothing. Yan Qiangji immediately nodded, indicating that she was a person who kept her mouth shut. But after hearing this, Chen Mobai felt a surge of resentment. Isn't it said that women never keep secrets? How could I not tell you this? How would Bingxuan know my troubles if you didn't tell me? Sai, I've felt guilty about keeping this from her, and it might even become a demon in my heart when I truly reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, then pretended to sigh deeply, his face full of worry. True Lord, what should we do? Yan Qiangji was also somewhat at a loss when she heard this. In her opinion, it was already a great deal of willpower of her not to tell Yan Bingxuan about this. But Chen Mobai is the hope and leader of the immortal sect in resisting Pluto. If he were to develop inner demons or even fail to reach the nascent soul stage because of this, she felt like the sky was falling just thinking about the serious consequences. A man should have the courage to face everything. I think she should know all of this. Chen Mobai pretended to hesitate for a moment, then seemed to have made up his mind and spoke with a firm expression. True Lord, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle this. Yan Qiangji recalled that Yan Bingxuan's state of mind was already somewhat chaotic before she came. If she were to learn the truth, her Tao heart might truly be shattered. That's exactly what I was worried about, so After the brush with death, I never dared to see her or talk to her about it face to face. Chen Mobai sighed again. Bai Guang's words still echo in my ears. Although he desperately wanted to be with Yan Bingxuan, he dared not risk her life. After all, Bai Guang had reached the void realm and was notoriously petty. Looking back now, Chen Mobai realized that he must have been inspired by God to dare to confront Bai Guang directly, or perhaps he was simply furious. After all, his image as a good man was ruined by Bai Guang. True Lord, how about I talk to her about this first, so she can be mentally prepared? Upon hearing Yan Qiangzhi's words, Chen Mobai nodded inwardly, thinking to himself, "You finally grasped what I mean." End of this chapter.